like $1,000 on this game on camos,
What?
like just camos, and you can't even like resell those or anything unless you like sell your account. So it's just like that is like the most useless purchase I've ever seen. So like, at least if you're spending money on like Counter-Strike, you can at least resell. There's a market there. There's like, you know, yeah, it's like an investment. But in a game like that, I just never understood why you would even pay money for camos like that for like that much. It's like kind of ridiculous.
I think it surprised. I think a lot of this is the paradox. This it's the short. So the short-term thinking of a lot of people really fuck up a lot of things, right? In terms of, I remember making really dumb purchases when I was maybe up to the age of 15. In video games.
Same, yeah.
And then I stopped. I never did it again after I learned. You know, you've been there, done that. You spent your parents' money in a dumb way. That is like, whoa, I could have done so much more. You know, maybe I wasted like 500, you know, 500 plus pounds on dumb purchases. And now I'm, you know, I've got more long-term. I built a lot of my long-term thinking from that point on, where I'm thinking, okay, I need to spend money in a better way. This is stupid. This is dumb. Let me think. You know, if I'm 50. What are we thinking about this? You know, yeah, we shouldn't be spending our money in a dumb way, because all the best things in life require, you know, long-term investment. You can't just think about in the moment that you like this video game and so you want to, you know, spend money on it. It's like, are you ever going to come back to that video game? How long is it going to last? Realistically, how long are you ever going to come back to this game and have fun on it? If you're not, then don't spend the fucking money. Don't do it. But I think a lot of people don't think like that. When I see a lot of these whales, I'm thinking, how did Yaka spend 40K?
Yeah.
How did he spend 40K?
He spent a ton on Genshin, and he doesn't even play it, I don't think.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just ridiculous.
They stop playing it. It's this like short-term thinking that exists.
I wanted to say, I actually had like the same age time frame as you, where yeah, I used to buy like Gobblegum and BO3. Like I spent like $10 on Overwatch. I'd spend like $10 on like these games randomly.
Right.
I'd use like my Christmas money I'd get from my family and stuff. But once I hit like 14 or 15, I'm like, I'm just gonna start saving this. Like these purchases are so worthless. I'm really glad I realized that at a young age, because I built up like over $1,000 in just Christmas money from like over the past 5 years.
Right.
So that's like pretty good.
Yeah, spending your money in a dumb way. Yeah, these whales, man, they've killed video games. I'm telling you, they've ruined video games for us. The fact that you see every time, wow, how come we can never blockade these dumb? I remember the black market blackout in BO3. How can we never blockade these guys? Oh, did he?
See that?
No, I got an error. I refreshed and got an ad, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'm not giving this guy money.
But yeah, you can continue. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, we can never blockade or boycott these guys. And then it just dawned on me that all these guys, you can't stop these short-term thinkers. They're not thinking like us, where we blockade the fuck out of these devs. They stop doing microtransactions, and the ones in BL3 were egregious. They were selling guns and melee weapons.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable to me. You can't extra guns in a gambling microtransaction. I mean, I'm already disagree with gambling. I think gambling is one of the worst things ever to exist in existence. And I think it should be.
I think Funko Pops are worse.
Yeah, Funko Pop. No. Yeah, no. Gambling should be gone, and the fact that we are selling gambling to our kids. That's what we're doing to the young generation that are playing video games, And parents are just shit with technology. I mean, let alone letting them go on TikTok on and YouTube. I saw my sister on YouTube Shorts and I wanted to fucking blow my brains out. Seriously,
And
man,
it really
short-term
sucks.
content. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it sucks because like every platform does it now, so it's forced on you whether you like it or not. It's like I use YouTube. I never wanted to use Shorts, but it's like it's kind of forced into my like daily routine at this point. Just like if I go on YouTube, I'm gonna see Shorts, and like every once in a while I'll see one that looks kind of interesting. I'll look at this real quick. So I mean, yeah, it's kind of just like pushed on everyone whether you want it or not, because like you can't not use YouTube. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of just
I
forced to
had a
use it.
plugin that broke and I only just figured it out today because I'm thinking, why am I seeing these shorts? I don't want them on
Oh,
the.
really? You had a plugin?
Yeah, I had a plugin to get rid of them and it's like, oh, fuck. I see him now. Nah, but um, parents let their kids play video games that have gambling in them. And I'm just thinking, for tobacco smoking, we've really led the charge in a really good way in indoctrinating young people to not smoke. It is seen as so socially destructive for you to start smoking. There's such a social aversion to smoking that you don't want to be the one that smokes. You smell, you stink. No one wants to be around that smell. Tobacco don't smell good to people now. You know, maybe back in the day, but not now. So we've done a really good job there, but with gambling, I'm thinking the fact that there's not an outcry from it's only from, you know, the hardcore gamers that are saying, why have we got gambling transactions in our it's not only it's gambling transactions. It's gambling. Kids can gamble. Thing like gamble. One of the worst, most destructive things that you can do in your life. Gambling might be worse than drinking, and I'm thinking drinking is really fucking bad. It's so bad. How is this a thing? Oh, that's something that I'm super militant on.
And it's funny.
Yeah, go on.
It's like kind of random, but yeah, I was just thinking like EXE. The first thing he did, he got like $1,000 on his birthday. I don't know if he told you about that. The first thing he did is went out and fucking gambled it and like won 100. He won $100 though. But yeah, I don't know why he did that. He didn't tell you about that. He went out with his brother and then he went and like gambled on some slot machine. He won $100.
Oh, slot machine! Oh,
it was something like that, yeah.
Fuck! I hate these people, man. I hate these people. EXE is one of the worst. EXE is a very social person. When he will do whatever the crowd does. You know, if he's in Nazi Germany, he's a Nazi. If he grew up in a religious community, he's militantly religious. Very, very religious, you know. And that sucks because you can impart some wisdom on EXE, but whatever social setting he's in, he's gonna super adapt to it, you know what I'm saying? It's like when the whole, you know, his scores started changing and lining up to what people thought in here. And a lot of the viewpoints that he was saying would line up with what we'd be saying. Yeah. That's who EXE is. And so he starts talking to his brother, and I'm thinking, I don't know his brother, and I don't want to shit talk on his brother. But I definitely think some of the things that his brother has got him into, I think have been super destructive. The drinking, I think, came from his brother.
His parents and his brother, yeah. For sure.
Because I know he didn't drink before, at least that wasn't a common thing, but it was like when he started hanging out with his brother.
Started in 2021.
Right, but heavy drinking, where he's drinking all day, getting himself drunk, that was a relatively new thing. I don't remember him just being in his room like, I'm super fucking drunk. He got really bad after the whole Amsterdam trip, I remember. And he started hanging out with his brother's friends. And gambling, especially on a slot machine, this is the thing, right? For me, if I'm teaching kids, right, you know, citizenship class or whatever lesson you're learning it in, I'm thinking, first of all, gambling, you need to know the odds. Like, I'm thinking, what are the odds of you winning money? know how bad are the odds stacked against you. Like basic, RNG evens out. It's called the RNG evens out. The actual academic term for it is the law of large numbers, which is if you do something for a long enough amount of time, then everything will go to whatever the statistical odds are. So if the statistical odds are, 43% win rate on a slot machine, you're going to be losing more. Eventually, if you do it enough times, you're just going to be losing more, right? And so this is actually how card counting works, is that they give themselves a slight edge over the house, and then they'll just do it for a long enough amount of time that they're eventually going to win money, because RNG evens out bottom text. And that's something that immediately, if you're going into a casino, you need to be thinking that number one. And number two is, you're doing fucking slot machines? These are the worst. You have the worst odds on a slot machine.
To be fair, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was that, but it might have been something else. Either way, it was something where it's like he's not actually doing anything strategic. Like he's not playing blackjack. He's not card counting or something. He's just he was doing like something like slot machines.
No,
it's just completely random.
Man, that's like playing zombies and then just not knowing what you're doing. But if you die in zombies, somebody fucking breaks your leg. it's like you would never do that. You would never. It's like, what? I don't know this game. I would never do that. Oh, but you go to a fucking casino and lose your money on a game that you have no idea how to play. Seriously? And that's something that's going through people's heads. I'm thinking, you need to have you haven't been educated properly, because immediately number one, I'm thinking, never gamble. Just number one important thing. I will never go to a casino. I won't, even if it's for a bit of fun. I'm just thinking, I think the whole, I'm saying, it's like going to, a brothel. That's how I see it. It's like, you're going to a brothel. It's like, why would I ever go to a brothel when I know that this industry is, if we're living in the year like 4602 and brothels are super, ethically run, sure, why not? But I'm never going to a brothel in the year 2024 knowing that there's a lot of, not ethical shit happening. I'm not going. At least I need to know if, whatever clientele I'm with and whatever business I'm giving my money to is, ethically run, right? And so I would never do that. And I feel like people in their head immediately think that, right? When they go into a brothel, it's like, whoa, that's fucked up. But when you go to a gambling den, or whatever you call a casino, your immediate thought isn't, wow, they, rig all the odds in their favor and just and then just get money by ruining people's lives on addiction. That's how they get money, by scamming you into thinking you can win, but over, law of large numbers, they're going to win more money. So why the fuck would you ever go into that establishment and ever support that business? No way you should ever be caught in a casino. I think that should be the same thing as getting caught in a brothel. I'm thinking scandal. That should be scandalous. That's insane. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Because a lot of people do that. They just like, oh yeah, let's just do like $40 or something and see what happens. But yeah, kind of supporting the business that way.
And you're gonna lose anyway. Even if it's like, okay, well, I'm only supporting them by $40. Okay, that's fine. That's like nothing, right? Individually, that's nothing. But even then, you're still fucking yourself over, because the odds are not in your favor. Just go and fucking invest it into something, and then the stock market goes up every year. Just invest it in the stock market, and then eject it out 20 years. Like, think long term. That's what I'm saying. Short term thinking is the ruins everything. And the thing is, if you want to have fun gambling, learn how to card count. Allocate yourself a budget, and then do it over a long amount of time. Learn some fucking skills. And you can have a lot of fun experiences card counting. fun, getting backed off from the casino because they don't want to, they don't want to give you because good players for them are like, oh, that's bad business, right? So they can just kick you out. That's bullshit, by the way.
That is super bullshit. Yeah.
And so, what I mean? It's that's a really fun way to experience a casino because you jack up the odds in your favor, and you're also it's skillful. So it's super, mind consuming. Oh no, let me just go and like spin the lever of a slot machine that's, like hitting the random box for the waff in one hit. So what? If you're putting money on getting waff first hit, you're not really, you're not betting high on that. You're not.
Yeah.
So stupid. I hate the fact that has infiltrated our society and our video games too. Because for a casino, you ID and all that, but there's been this weird, and it's nefarious. And I've seen this. I think Drake was doing this. He's not in the gaming scene, but I saw him on XQC stream, and they were doing like stake bullshit. And then XQC is very large video game streamer, and he's a gambler. I know Trainwrecks was getting a lot of viewers doing gambling. The fact that's infiltrated our scene is really toxic. But not only that, it's not only Twitch streamers, right? Because that's only, a small pie. Video games in general, like CS, have a gambling mechanic in the game. A gambling mechanic exists in the game.
It's the best example. It's quite literally gambling. People think they can profit off it.
So it's so sad that that's just allowed to just be in the game, and now no one's even talking about it. I don't think anyone's leading crusades into this super unethical practice of it should just be, to me, I don't care if they fuck up the market or anything like that, but then make it morally run where you make it like Fortnite or something, or maybe you can just buy whatever skins you want as long as you put big enough money, or just make it market run now. Just say, oh, okay, there's enough skins in the market, okay, just market run. I don't know how you do it, but just make it ethical. Make it no gambling, no nothing. That's insane to me. Disagree with that completely. Fucking gambling. And nobody talks about it too. Do you know anyone that talks about gambling? At least in school. Did anyone talk about that? Does anyone talk about that with the same indignation as they do smoking? I don't think so.
Oh, that's what you mean. Actually, I don't know. I can't really remember, but maybe. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Even if like someone did, it was not really talked about very much. So yeah.
Yeah, I need to have a word with EXC next time I talk to him about.
I can't believe he didn't tell you about that. He got $1,000 for free because of something his grandparents did or something apparently. I don't really remember what it was, but it was like some free money, and then and I'm like, yo, like, yeah, save that. Like, it's gonna be huge for your future. And he had this goal at the time where he just wanted to like move out, like go to like the US or something. I'm like, yeah, that's like $1,000 toward that goal. Like, that's a lot. That's like huge. And he goes and gambles it like the next day.
Oh my god.
I mean, he won $100 though, so he's gonna want to do it again probably. He probably already lost all that money, to be honest. But yeah, that was like the day he turned 18. He did that.
Oh my god. Man, his grandparents should have just gave it to the casino. Just like, hey, can you just? I don't even want any chips. Just have it, please. Just take the K. It's like, oh, really? Why? Oh, it's because my, dipshit grandson is just gonna come here anyway and spend it. I just want him to know that, I just want to, let's cut out the middleman, It's just that you can get the money faster, it's done faster, and he doesn't need to be upset about it. Just take it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how he got it. I remember it being something to do with like his grandparents or like something like when he was younger. I don't know. It was like a savings account or something. I don't know. But
Some guy in my chat asked me, I had just happened to open the chat. He said, ask him, ask Tricky's about his next video. Didn't know you uploaded.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I haven't uploaded in a long time. I was wanting to make a video on BO6, and I still might make that, but the thing is, it's like I don't want to talk about a game I haven't even played. And I could still do it, but it's just like I don't know.
That game is so bad.
I'll
And now I
probably
can
do
even
that
play
because
it.
the new map's coming out soon. Yeah, I actually have a script to write out for that video. So yeah, I mean it's like in the works, but I'm not guaranteeing it's gonna ever come out or anything. But I'm just gonna talk about how my thoughts on it, I guess.
I can't believe zombies died in BO2. We haven't actually had a zombies game since then.
Fucking round-based zombies, God, dude, I can't believe
Round-based zombies.
it.
Fucking petrol-based car. Lung-based human. So, whoa, yes. Bullet-based gun. What? You got to believe. You know.
I mean, actually, that one might be a thing in the future. You know, like fucking laser blaster guns.
Yeah, there's already gun. I mean, depending on what area you're talking about, guns will be called cannons instead. So, maybe, maybe the clarification makes sense, but I'm thinking it's pretty obvious from the context it's been spoken what it means.
Yeah.
No, about you, but to me, it seems really intuitive. Fucking gambling. He spent a K on gambling, bro.
I don't think. Wait, are you talking about EC?
Yeah.
I don't think you spent all of it. I think you only spent like $100 or something. I don't remember how much you spent, but
Madness. I wouldn't even be happy. Actually, I'd be really upset if somebody won if they gambled. No, that's bad. That's bad because
that's
now in your head you're thinking you've got
yeah.
some mystical luck stat where you just happen to win, and then
Me
the
and
next
Wonder,
time, yeah, go on.
we were in the call with him when he was telling us about it, and we both said the same thing. He was like, "Man, I wish you lost." Like,
It's actually funny because Wanda has the best advice.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was the same day. He was talking about like his brother trying to get him into crypto, which is like
Oh,
something you were talking about earlier. And I'm like, no, don't do it. I think I saved him. I think I saved him from getting into that.
man, if you want to invest, just do it a traditional way.
Oh
You just
yeah, yeah, because um he was like, I don't really know anything about crypto, so I'm like, yeah, why would you get into it? And he's like, oh, my brother knows about it, so he was saying like if you
how
wanted
do
like he
you know he knows about it when
that's
you
what I
don't
was
know
saying.
about it? What
That's
the
what I was
fuck?
saying. I'm like, bro, that's like the mistake. He was watching Kaiju at the time, I think. I'm like, man, that's
Oh,
literally the mistake he makes in like the second episode where he puts his fate into someone else's hands. Like, you shouldn't be doing that.
oh, yeah. Actually, maybe you need to use the anime references. Maybe because he's seen Kaiji, he knows how bad it is with Kaiji. Putting your fate into somebody else's hand, that's insane. You can never trust anyone, especially a family member. You can never trust an expert on the field, right? You have to put a leap of faith somewhere down the line, but not a fucking family member telling you, oh yeah, by the way, like get some research on it first. Go on the internet and consult the right people in crypto, right? In terms of crypto investments. Maybe CoffeeZilla, even though he's not really a crypto investor, he's more exposing crypto scams. Get familiar with how people scam in crypto, how it looks like, and then get familiar with crypto investing. Not from a crypto investment channel, because that's like talking to the Nazis about how ethical is your, Jew killing scheme? Yeah, no, it's actually, I mean, it's going to clean up, we're going to have really safe cities and, the Jews are degenerates. What the what do you mean by that? What do you mean that everyone's going to have blonde hair and blue eyes? What do you mean by that? So you consult the right people about crypto. And I don't even really know too much about crypto. So I reserve serious judgments on crypto. But I'm very crypto skeptical because let's just say all the crypto scams haven't exactly enlightened me to crypto. And also, why not just do traditional investment? It's regulated. Whereas crypto, don't think so. I don't think crypto is regulated. That comes a really big problem when you get, pumped and dumped. When somebody pumps and dumps and then you get scammed, you have no protections. They're trying to lead you. Crypto is just investment, but unregulated. That's really all it is. Once you say it like that, it sounds really fucking bad. Doesn't sound that great at all. Unless you actually believe in crypto as some sort of transactional or way of transaction. Okay, fair enough. If you have some ideological love for actually it being dysregulated, but if you don't and you want to get money, I don't know why you would choose crypto. Maybe it's a quick get rich quick, and people just want to get rich quick instead of doing some like traditional investment and getting money over time, because I guess that's not as sexy as I don't know, getting a massive cash flow by out speculating some other dumb fuck on Ethereum or whatever the fuck people do now. I'm pretty sure it's Ethereum or maybe Bitcoin itself. Fuck knows. Dumb.
It's like that thing we were talking about with Yaka recently, where he's the one like he's up like what 20K or something. He's
Is
not
he?
taking it out. Yeah, you remember we were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
I
that.
remember that. Yeah.
I don't remember who it
Up
was,
20K. Yeah, that was draw.
yeah, can't believe that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. EXE is a social creature, a social butterfly, I guess you would call him, where he just follows the lead of, the strongest willed person in, the social situation he's in. Which is not good for it's not good when the thing that you go on, it's sort of a vibes based judgment when whoever the the influence is in your vicinity, you just go, you sort of get interested in what they say and sort of fall into whatever they do. Instead, you should have a really good foundation of what you think is good and what you think is sturdy, because you shouldn't be, when somebody tells you should, crypto, you should be thinking, yeah, this sounds like a fucking bad idea. Sounds like a waste of my fucking time. That's immediately what you should be thinking. Yeah, maybe this isn't good. Same thing with gambling, same thing with drinking, same thing with smoking, same thing with, any other drug. Unless you know a lot about it yourself and you can do the research yourself, why the fuck would I need to deal with this? I'm just thinking you have a really good life and you're, leading a good life. Or let's say you're trying to improve your life. Why would you ever, somebody offers you, oh, hey, do this drug. What? Like, what the fuck? Oh, fuck. Yeah, let's do gambling now. Let's do, whatever extra drug, tobacco or, whatever bullshit. So why? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't, some guy at a party and gives you that, gives you something that you don't know about. You don't know what it does to your body. And you've seen other people do it. And so, it's the sort of Freddy Sally effect where, you know, two people told you something is good, or you see like two people doing something, it's like, oh, it's fine. It's good. It's true. It's the truth. Can't be doing that. And if you don't have that mental, and that's the difference between the scammed and the unscammed. If you have the mental fortitude to immediately have the checks in your brain to go, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, even though it's, you know, a very suave person that you trust and is very charismatic. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe gambling isn't the best thing to do. I don't really know a lot about it. How do I know? If you go into it, just think about that, right? Somebody tells you to put money in a machine for a potential that you can win something. Shouldn't you be asking, okay, what are the odds of me winning? How do I check these odds? You should be asking all those questions, right? Why would you ever put your money into something? You know, am I gonna fucking put my hand in a... Am I gonna jump down into a chasm I can't see the bottom of because somebody told me there's a... If I jump in, I'm actually gonna be completely fine. No, I actually want to know what's at the bottom of the chasm. Thank you very much. Come on. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? Logically, when you start thinking about it, it actually sounds really fucking stupid, right? So, what are the chances I'm gonna get my money? I'm gonna get my money up in this establishment because my friend told me it's good. What happens if my friend never checked this and he just walked in, or my family member, or whatever, whoever? What the fuck do I know is true? Man, that's fucked. And the fact that he didn't think about that, he needs to build some checks in his brain that go, you know, fucking alarm bells, police sirens, fucking foghorns, and say, whoa, this sounds really fucking dumb to, you know, do X, Y, Z. Bloody hell. Fuck. How would he do that? He had to wait for a bat to come and just killed himself. Or maybe he despawned the bat, an idiot. And that's why he killed himself. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but an adaptation of something. Actually, you probably have because it happens in gaming, I guess. An adaptation of something that, um, I don't know, anything that isn't adapted in any sort of like serial, um, program or whatever, or a movie, or I guess. Um, People always, I mean, when some, say, I don't know, video game zombies gets adapted into something, usually the first thing that people think of is a movie, you know, live action movie. And I like Stormlight Archive, and I'm thinking this needs to be animated. I'd really like this to be an animated show because I think it would fit because it's really long, and so something it being serial just makes sense to me, and also live action would just look really stupid. Um, and it would be really because the world is very different from our own. It's on a not on the it's not emulating planet Earth or anything. So, you know, I would like it to be animated because you could adapt way more of the book if you had animated. It'd be way easier for you to do that. Um, but the thing is, the first thought is always movie. It really fucking sucks. But also, side tangent. What do you think about zombies movie adaptation? What does that make you think of? The first thing. What's the first thing you think of when you hear that?
Zombie? Wait, that's not a real thing, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna say it'd be kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm thinking, yeah,
The
like
first thing, I
AAA
guess.
blockbuster, whatever the fuck they call it in Hollywood. I don't know what they call AAA, but like big firm. We're talking about Lionsgate or Disney, whoever the fuck. Like it's proper big names behind it. What are we thinking? Zombies movie adaptation.
Thinking it's gonna probably be featuring Greg FPS camo grinding.
Eh, what would you even make a zombies movie about? This is another thing too, right? And especially
Yeah,
when it
that's what
comes
I
to
was
video
thinking.
games, right? Is that a video game has a certain gameplay loop that I enjoy, right? And so, if I enjoy high round zombies, right? I enjoy that aspect of the game and maybe the atmosphere, right? But you can never translate that into a movie form. Somebody doing a
Yeah,
high
wait.
round. Yeah, go on.
I thought of one. Borderlands got a movie, and I just didn't give a fuck. Like, who really gives a fuck about that? Are you serious? Like,
Mm.
yeah, it's just like this movie's made off this game. Yeah, just you can't really translate it. It's like
If I'm
imagine if Counter Strike got a movie too. It's like another
Yeah,
one.
so what
It's
the
like
fuck?
the terrorists, the counter terrorists. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just what you know what I mean, and that's always the first thought too. When it gets a movie adaptation, it's always some in game lore that's being adapted into some sort of story, and they're riding off of that, right? Because if I was making a Counter Strike movie, right, I'll be making it about the scene, right? That would actually be a productive movie to make it about because it's about the players that have played the game in the capacity that I like watching the game being played in or playing the game in. That actually makes sense because
right.
it has a direct connection to what I care about the game. What I care
Yeah,
about, like what aspects of the game I care about. And so
that'd be pretty cool. Like a
when
documentary type thing.
yeah, when they do adaptations, like if they do a zombies adaptation, it's not going to be like all these like high round crusaders trying to break certain round limits, some world record history sort of thing, and going and interviewing the players and the scene and seeing all these different aspects, all the dramas and all that nonsense. Instead, it's going to be okay, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Trejo and all these, Pablo stuck in Call of the Dead's dungeons. All this, is going to be about how is Speed Cola developed, in world in universe, like Dr. Monty's factory.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Fucking
Rick Toffin
yeah,
killing
just imagine.
himself. It's just nonsense. Pure, utter nonsense. That's what it's going to be. And what has that got to do with anything that you care about in zombies? It's nothing to do with the gameplay and the gameplay loop and why the gameplay loop is fun. It's got to
Wait,
do with all these irrelevant part of zombies that, at least for me, right? Because this is super, catered towards, a high round player. Like my criticism is super, centered around a high round player perspective. I just don't give a fuck, so I'll never even entertain watching it. And this is that people ask me about some adaptations, about things that I've liked before, and I've never even looked into it. I just don't even care enough, right? I don't even know why you would even want to see it because I never would. I would never go and pay money to see a zombies adaptation or anything. I never would, or a
right.
CS adaptation about the terrorists trying to defuse the bomb in Mirage. I don't care, my brother. I don't fucking care. And I never would entertain. I would
Wait,
never give my money. I would never put my name behind that. Like, there's an actual transaction in my transaction history that exists with me paying for a ticket for this thing. That is a fucking embarrassment.
wait. So I just remembered. I'm pretty sure Zombies actually does have an adaptation.
No.
For comic book. It's like a comic book adaptation. You remember
Okay.
that? There's like
Uh,
comic books. It was around BO4.
it
There was
sparked
like
something in
Lord
my head,
Tag, like the
but I never read it.
Misty and all those people. I don't know what their crew's called, but the transit crew. That's in the new
Victus,
event.
Rictus, Liptus. Yeah, who the fuck knows? I remember we just watching Mr. Dardic JD and he's just referencing the crew names. I'm just thinking, I'm
Yeah,
like,
dude.
yeah, go on.
Mr. Rothwaffles literally made videos like analyzing the almost said the manga, the comic books.
Right,
If
same
you can find
difference.
this. Yeah, COD Zombies comics.
Why are his eyes like that? You don't even know
It's
who
the
I'm
whole
talking
playlist.
about because they all look like crackheads. Why does he look like that in the
No,
thumbnail?
Hi guys,
Oh,
Mr.
no, I didn't
Waffle
even
Waffles
see
here.
that.
Hi, Mr. Waffle Waffles here.
I think about the pain that I have caused,
It's
the
so low
suffering I
quality.
inflicted on those around me in pursuit of my own selfish agendas. This sounds like Richtofen. It really makes me
Richtofen.
quite nostalgic.
Not Richtofen.
Ah, Russman. So many secrets.
He calls him Ross, man. Nah, bro. No. We have to analyze how Ross man looks like because he looks like he's been squished in a die-rise elevator. Hold on, that might be lore accurate. Hold on. Look at my man. Look at my man. He looks like he's been squished. Oh my god, that's an Origin's foot on the head right there, easily. Holy shit.
So many layers, like an onion. He's an ogre. Confirmed.
He just started laughing at the shittiest joke. Oh, Rasman. So many secrets, so many layers, like an onion. Ha ha, so funny. Banger.
Climbing down. Yeah, we all.
What's the point of a COD Zombies manga? I don't understand. What am I meant to be getting out of this? This guy's a
You don't read them. You don't know why the what's it called, crews in the last map in BO4 tag. Pretty sure.
Yeah, zombie storyline, just something to read.
Yeah.
Has a fiend. Look at him. Swashbuckler. No, that's not. This is. If they paid me to do that, I don't think I would. I don't think I would actually ever write this. Or after, I'd actually no. I'd actually be. Actually, I might. I could make it really good. Really good. I would have like the teleporter connect to this dimension, and then just like have Luda in zombie, like Luda in the comics and like all the zombie players.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
Celebrity guest of the week, Sultanate. And it's just like him not killing the zombies. He's like on transit, just putting her jabs all over like the fucking women zombies. It's like, no, you should be back in the kitchen. They should not have any rights. That's what he's doing. He's like checking if they're gay. He's like checking their prostate. He's just like, oh, nah, this one's good. This one's good. Fuck, you know. It would just be, and then I just get cancelled. It's just like, oh, okay. Like, making fun of someone, and I'm just like, oh, okay, really?
That would be pretty funny. I would read that.
I'm saying I would read that too.
You got Greg FPS like falling down the elevator shaft.
I can't believe I never had Sona and Dank in the same. Maybe I have. Sona and Dank talking about the roles of women in society in the same Discord call.
Actually, I don't know about that, but
because every time I would have Sona in my Discord, everyone would just come in to just talk about that with him. It would just be the same conversation on loop. So yeah, Sona just doesn't think women should be in charge in the slightest.
Yo, wait, what is this guy? You can go on.
What'd you say?
I said you can go on, but I was just watching this Mr. Waffles video, and there's like a zombie captain like pointing where to go or something. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Awesome. I like that.
It's like 720. The first video.
I might just, man, I'm getting real. Whew, how do I say this? Because I'm not a hater, but I am a hater. Big makeup hater right now. At least that's the vibe right now. I didn't know how deranged it got. I really didn't. I didn't know it was hearing some of the horror stories. Maybe it's like the horror stories are radicalizing me. But just hearing, I think like Destiny was telling this one story where um he was like in bed with some girl, and then she got up, did her makeup, and then like went back to the bed. And to me that just sounded really deranged. It sounded so deranged. Just thinking you need to put makeup on. That you feel the need. But I'm not moralizing this, by the way. I'm not saying like, oh, you're a piece of shit woman for, putting makeup on. The thing is that you're not comfortable with yourself. That you have to, do that. That's like, woo, that's super scary. I really is super scary. I think makeup is, and this is what I said before. I hope it never comes to men. I hope men never get into makeup. And if they do, it's like minor or like some healthy shit. Maybe like fucking face art or something, or some fucking clown, clown Tito with his face, Maybe if it goes to that, I'm pretty fine with that, I don't think anyone's, getting crazy about that. I don't think so. Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe a lot of men have some crazy, maybe they just need to dress up as clowns, paint their faces clowns. Maybe with Tito, it's a little bit hard for him. He's got this impulse. He just needs to, paint his face as a clown because he's a clown.
I just hope this trend doesn't continue going forward with makeup. Like in the future, like 100 years, I hope women aren't like cyborg robot looking things.
No, but I think it's really gone bad with the internet, right? Because with the internet, you can curate particular profiles with filters.
Yeah.
And you have your life is very, it's a window into your life. It's not you at every moment in time. It doesn't show all your bad angles, and you can choose the angles that you have. All that nonsense, you know what I'm trying to say. And because of this, it fucks with people's mental health if they put a lot of stock into appearance, which women do, because a lot of the time women are valued for, how they look. They're more critiqued than men are for their looks in media. At least historically, that's been the case. I don't know how it is now. I don't really... My eyes are not open. Let's just say. But historically, that's definitely been the case. And so, it's super fucked to have this standard of people curating a very specific look for themselves. That is very perfect. No acne, but they've got, crazy filters on. And they've got crazy angles and everything. And then that sets the standard for how people should look. Oh, that's really bad. That would kill societies. That would, in terms of mental health and how people value themselves and everything. Wow, that seems really bad. But I don't know if that's like a prevalent thing. That's super vibes based. I don't know if statistically that's the case. I know like a lot of young women struggle more so than young men, and I know young men mental health has been on the rise. Bad mental health has been on the rise, but women's has also been on the rise too, and they've always had worse mental health, so it's just high. It's worse for young women. I'm just thinking, I wonder if that plays a role, where if you're a young girl and you just see that on social media, you just see like, I guess like the people of your generation that your generation looks up to, and they've got very particular angles that they use and they always show themselves looking perfect. I think that'd really fuck with you because there's no way you can attain that. That's unobtainable. You can't obtain a very curated look that is just not maintainable. It's just not possible. It's just unfeasible. Especially when a lot of these people might also have plastic surgery and, you know, so on and so on. That's whack. I really think that's whack. I think for men, where men have a problem, and I think where makeup has been becoming a problem for men is obviously not like traditional makeup, but hair. Where men get super self-conscious about their hair, right? In terms of balding, balding is, and that's why I didn't want to, you know, make fun out of Greg's appearance. Didn't want to just mock him. Maybe I'll mock him for being fat. It's a little bit more controllable. But when you start losing your hair, it's done. It's done for you. And men getting hair plugs. Well, there's this like old classic picture of Elon Musk in, I think it's like 2001 or whatever, and he's, you know, he's balding like very obviously. And then now, if you look at him, you know, he's got a fine hairline. What the fuck do you think that is? The hair just grow back magically? Or do you think he's getting a hair transplant? Probably the latter, you know, probably the richest man in the world is probably can afford that and probably has the time to do that. And that's just whack when it comes to people having a understanding of just being too insecure because societal pressure on men is, you know, shitting on men for being bold and starting to bold, and so they hide it with these different techniques. I think that's just really whack, and I think we definitely need to move in a way where men aren't getting hair plugs, especially wealthy men, because a lot of the people that are notable in society are going to be disproportionately wealthy, and so that they are going to be able to afford all these fake cosmetics. That's just gonna fuck up society. Honestly, that's gonna be fucking up with people's mental health because it already is. It already is. Balding, that's whack. And yeah, maybe we can get medication to help people with balding. But I don't know about you, but the way I think of things is that just seems fraudulent. You know what I mean? It's like I haven't accepted myself. I have changed my environment so I don't have to be insecure about something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like getting raped and then having the memories just, you know, sucked out of you. Let's just say we understand the brain and we can do that and extract those memories. And so you extract those memories. For me, that's like really dishonorable. The way I think about it in my head, you know. Because I want to overcome that. I want to be okay with being somebody that has, you know, gotten raped, and I want to accept myself and love myself despite, you know, me being vulnerably used. Or I want to accept myself for being bold. I am bold, and I'm still good. I'm still valuable, and I can still be someone that is, you know, successful. I think that would be a way better way society moves in, instead of this, oh, hair plugs are becoming a thing now. People are getting medication that is not really that great.
No, I 100% agree with you. Sorry.
I
just wanted to say this because me and EXE were talking about this like a month ago.
Wait, can you hold it? Because my bladder is about to bust. Hold on, baby.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to word this because I feel like there's like multiple levels to what I'm about to say, what I'm about to talk about. I don't really know where to start, but
You usually start at level 1.
and then it's
Usually.
like it's like kind of all over the place. So, but yeah, me and EXE were talking about like gender stuff, and I've always like not liked makeup and like plastic surgery and things like that, and it's kind of the same thing with like changing your gender, I guess. And I think me saying this would like trigger a lot of people, but it's like, yeah, I don't kind of wish that wasn't like a thing, I guess. And it's
Right.
not that like, I think in like some magical world, if we could somehow like choose what gender we were born as, like that would be like really cool. But I think if you're already existing as like a male, and you want to be like a female, I don't know. There's just something about like someone changing that just kind of like grosses me out. It's kind of weird. I don't know if you feel like that, but it's kind of the same thing as like plastic surgery. It's not like that I really have anything against like someone wanting to change their gender. It's like at the end of the day, you do you, but it's like me thinking about doing that to myself is like really gross, and it just like grosses me out a lot. And I don't want to exist in a world where this is like super commonplace. You know what I mean? Like, and EXE, he was like disagreeing with me, and he's thinking
He
like, oh
told me
yeah,
about this, but he didn't really elaborate. So I was like,
really.
yeah.
What did
He
he
told me
say?
about this.
Did he just
It was
make it sound
just
like a
so he was saying that you were ignorant. He was just saying you
really?
said that you were saying some ignorant things about
There's no way.
trans people, something like
There's
that.
no
That's what
way.
I remember.
I thought we were having a nice conversation. I didn't even think you took that from it. It's crazy. But
Right.
I don't know. Is that ignorant? I don't really think it is. It was kind of the same thing with like plastic surgery. It's the same way I view that. So I don't think that's it. So what we were actually talking about is this part, which is he was saying back then, or like I don't know. I was saying I was saying like 1,000 years ago, people were not really thinking about this as much, and he was saying no, like it just wasn't talked about as much because people weren't comfortable about talking about it like they are now. And I'm just like, that doesn't really make sense. Why would they not have been comfortable talking about it and being open with it? You know what I mean? I think what it was they didn't have the option to change their gender. So it's like, okay, maybe they thought about it, but they're just like, well, there's not really anything I can do. I'm not right now thinking about like, oh man, in 1,000 years, like life's going to be so much better. Like there's all these things that don't exist that I can't even comprehend that are going to be advantages that people have in 1,000 years over us now. You know what I mean? Like I'm not complaining that, I'm not able to live for like 500 years, like that's not even something I can think about. So it's kind of like people 1,000 years ago, they're not going to be like, oh man, I should be able to change my gender. It's just not something they're thinking about. So I think that's kind of what it is. And the fact that we have that option kind of makes it more talked about now. I don't know what you think about that, but that's what we were talking about.
Right. Yeah, I'd say it's in the same vein where you should adapt. See that's how I always thought about it. And it always comes from my perspective that if I feel uncomfortable in my body, there's I have to come to terms and accept that. That's how I always think about it. But as you said, like when it comes to technology advancing, you can do different things to your body. I definitely think there's a lot of I say, what is the word? I have to thread the needle here. There's sort of this when it comes to changing your gender. I think it applies to a very specific group of people, and I don't think it's ever going to become commonplace. Just people with gender dysphoria that have super what do you call it? They're super uncomfortable in their own bodies. Those are the ones that are what do you call it? That are recommended to go a sex change where they live in the other body to improve their mental health. And I think when it comes to and make a distinction between a mental health, I don't really understand gender dysphoria. From what I do know about it is that you just have you can't be. It's like, I don't know if you know about gay conversion therapy and how it just doesn't have good results. There is just no results there where people can't get out of being gay. It's never had any sort of statistical success. You might as well just let people be gay at that point. Why the fuck are you even trying to change people in the first place? But when it comes to gender dysphoria, I don't think anyone has ever been successfully, on a replicatable scale, indoctrinated out of not being gender dysphoric. That they're always uncomfortable in their own body and they need to either exist as, you know, more of like a feminine person, or just an actual, you know, they are referred to as she and her, and, you know, they need to grow out their they actually need to get hormones and shit like that. I think when it comes to that point, and if that's true, if that is how it works, that you just can't be talked out of it, and that this is how you think and it's impossible, all the, you know, psychological research shows that. I think at that point, if that's going to improve your mental health, I don't give a fuck. It's not even that I don't give a fuck. That's probably what you should be doing if you need that to supplement your mental health. I think if you can be, but that's like a very small group of people. That's like if you have gender dysphoria, you need to go to the doctor and get that sorted out, and, you know, that they give you, you know, the best steps, the best gender affirming care they can. And if that's transitioning you, if that's you just presenting more femme, I think I'm fine with that, because there is no other alternative. That when we talk about the makeup, it's just, there is a world where we can live where most people don't have to wear makeup. Okay, maybe if you're a burn victim, right, and you just, you know what I mean, it's like you're completely undateable because you have, you know, half your hair missing and half your face is, you know, your eyes don't work. I think at that point, I'm thinking plastic surgery is fine for you. I'm pretty fine with plastic surgery for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that.
But what I'm not okay with is small changes, small incremental changes people are doing to themselves that is common within a majority of the population. Most men, or not most men, but many men do start balding and they will go bald. And that's just going to happen. And because it's on such a wide scale, we can create a society where we accept this thing as something that's normal and that can be seen as attractive. I think that can happen. Same thing with women without makeup. Man, that's been most of society for the history of the human species. I think we can just get on fine. You know, I think that's a fine society to live in. I don't say no makeup, but not this very makeup consumerist centric culture where we have, you know, you go into a woman's bathroom and it's like a fucking, it looks like a war zone. It actually looks like you're preparing for war. You know, you've got this kind's got MP40, M1 Garand, you know, you got the whole Bowie knife. It's like, what are you doing in here? You know, I think at that point I'm thinking, this is getting a little bit much. This is getting way too much. But also, I don't want to be like, my opinions aren't super radical on that. Like, they are kind of radical, but they're not like too radical in terms of, I think art is cool. But once it stops becoming an art, which I think at this point we're at now, that's where I don't like it. I don't like that. But if it's just an art where people are, you know, painting their faces in really fun, cool, creative ways, that's so cool. I love that. That's really cool. And I think people should, you know, experiment with that and changing the way they look. But going back to the trans thing, it's very much, can we make society in a way where women without makeup are seen as beautiful and desirable? Can we make a society where men that are bold, you know, men that are balding, they can just go bold and it's fine for them and it's good and it's cushy and they're not ridiculed and, you know, severely mocked to the point where, you know, they want to wear a fucking beanie like Tim Pool all fucking day, wearing the same musty beanie day after day. I think we can make a society where men aren't insecure about that. At least not as severely as they are now. Because it's a massive mental health downgrade. I was watching Dr. K, I don't know if you know him, Healthy Gamer, GG.
Yeah.
He says he does research every 6 months into balding, and I think he did a live stream. I didn't watch all of it, but he was going through the mental health research, and it looks really bad for guys that go balding. It just goes down for you. It's just downhill for you in terms of mental health. And I think we can create a society where we don't need every man to get hair plugs and take drugs that, you know, make their hair, you know, don't bold as fast. I think we can make that society. When it comes to trans people, see, this is where I'm really confused at, because I don't know the full extent of transness, right? And I think there's a lot of weird things going on too. And I think people are a lot I don't want to call it like indoctrination, but I definitely do think that there is a weird effect going on where I think there are people that are genuinely trans. There's just not that many people that are trans though. And I think that I think I told you about this before, but like trans trenders, right? I've heard this before where I told this to EXE as well, where there are people that say they're trans, and it's not in the same way as somebody that has like severe gender dysphoria, that doesn't want to be in their own skin, that has, you know, a severe, you know, mental health, severe you know, drop in mental health, you know, once they start going and developing secondary sexual characteristics like you do in puberty. Okay, you clearly have a mental health problem, right? There's clearly something going on, and we need to find every way we can fix that. And if that gets you to the point where you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria and you can't be talked out of it, I think at that point I'm fine with you, because you're never going to get to this. Science just shows that you're never going to get to that point where you're going to be talked out of it. If you can't be talked out of it, I don't give a fuck at that point. You're done. You know, you're mentally cooked. I don't want you to try and adhere to my standards where you should be, because I think, you know, I wish everyone was like me, where they, you know, it's like, fuck, you know, I just got my fucking face burnt off and, you know, I'm still fine. I feel like I'm number one, you know, I'm going on Tinder, you know, next day with like a half burnt off face. I mean, I wish people could do that. You know what I mean? That would be really cool. You know, I wish people had that mental fortitude, but they don't. And people are really judgmental, and people judge themselves very severely. And I think there is a line I have, and it's to the point where if you can't be talked out of something, if it's really bad for you, I would consider, you know, allowing, you know, okay, fine, you know, you can't be talked out of it, okay, you can be trans. But if it's something like makeup, if it's something that we can obviously make a society where it's fine, you can be bold and not be ridiculed, we can make a society like that, as long as we start showing, look at the severe mental health, because I don't think people even know this. I think people know that, you know, it's an insecurity for men, but people treat it as if it's fucking funny. As if it's not like bigotry. It's basically racism at this point. Just think about it, right? You can't control that. It's something that you physically cannot control. And it's something that happens to a large group of people that do not choose. Yeah, this sucks. And the fact we should never let men be in the situation where they feel really bad about that. And we can, as a society, change it without them needing to, you know, put wigs on. You know, we're not in the 1700s right now where we've got, you know, fucking Louis the 14th, the Sun Emperor, wearing some like fat wig, or Mary Antoinette, where, you know, she has like the head of like 30 chimpanzees shaved so she can have a wig. You know, we're not at that point. We don't need to get to that point. I think we can have a good society. So it just really depends at what point are we at. If you can be if we can make a society where you don't need to change anything apart from your mental health, and your outlook on the situation, we don't, you know, we shouldn't be getting plastic surgery and doing all this sort of things. But if you're at the point where, you know, you're gender dysphoric and you've just seen no success in, you know, trying to, you know, live as, you know, the gender you're born as, fuck it, man. Have fun. Have fun, you know, living the other gender, I guess. Because, and for me, it's like, I just follow where the science is. Where is the science? And, you know, is the science good? That's what I care about, you know. If the science is at the point, yeah, go on.
I think the scummiest people too are like the people that prey on these insecurities and make like profit out of it. So, you know, the people that sell like hair supplements or something. Or I think an even better example would be like penis pills. Like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, like increase your size, and it's just like genuine scams that prey on these like those are like the scummiest things. So, and I think that's another thing is like plastic surgery. I don't know if this is like a thing you can actually do or not, but like I've heard people talking about like increasing their like dick size, I guess.
No,
for like plastic surgery. Is that like a real thing?
I think it is, but barely. I think I've only heard one person say something about that, and it's. I mean, I could just look it up. But I don't really want to feel dirty just looking it up because yeah. Come on, Google. I'm not like that. It's naturally big. I didn't choose for it to be big, but you know, I'm sure there's a way. There's always a way. If there's a will, there's a way.
I feel like that's something that's gonna be in the future, like more available at least.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely think it would be more available with just rapidly increasing technologies, and I guess the more development in an industry, the more things that the more discoveries they're probably gonna find out.
Yeah,
I've seen some with height, where they give you a few extra inches on your height. This is something that I don't know if you know what. There's like a community of incels called the Black Pillars, where they're just super black pilled about black pilled hopeless. They feel despair in how they look to women, and they define themselves and they define their life in they define how they're seen by the rejection that they get from the opposite sex. And so some of them they do this thing called looks maxing, where they're trying to look as good as possible. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it gets to the point where they have pseudoscience floating around. There was one, I don't know if you know what forgot what it's called. It's like this yeah, I think it was like if you place your tongue on the roof of your mouth, that will make your cheekbones protrude more over time. It's just so don't know if that's true. Sounds like pseudoscience. But that there are some guys that have been in these communities and have these philosophies that have gotten height plastic surgery, where they're maybe 5'7" and they feel the need to get height increases. And I'm just thinking, that's probably not your problem, man. And any woman that knows you've gotten that would think you are a fucking freak, because I would for sure. The fact that you feel the need to get higher, just the same thing where if I was dating a girl and she got tits enlarged, my opinion would, definitely decrease. I'm thinking I like people with mental fortitudes and that fix the environment around them. Those are the people I'm more gravitated towards, because I like the mental perseverance. The fact that you needed a tit job, I'm thinking that is one of the most unnecessary things. I just heard about this mom dying because she wanted a bigger bum. She got a Brazilian butt lift, and she was just a fine looking woman, 30. She had kids, and her family were telling her, "Oh, you look lovely, you don't need this," and she ended up getting the Brazilian butt lift, and I'm pretty sure it's a really dangerous procedure. And she died. She ended up dying because of it. And it's just the things people would do. And the thing is that from the way the story was told, it seems like she knew she had a network of people telling her not to get it. So she knew that it's not the best thing to do. And I think the reputation around it, I'm guessing she probably knew. If she had a group of people trying to convince her not to get it, they probably told her that this is a very dangerous thing. They're probably worried about her health. The fact that she died because of this to get a bigger bum, what a waste of fucking. Looks are fleeting, especially for a woman too. Looks are fleeting.
Yeah.
Don't go down that pathway trying to get a bigger bum, trying to impress. Vapid. It's not even vapid. I get it. Everyone looks at looks to a certain extent. I get it, but man, that is not the when I was telling when you were telling me about EXE gambling, I'm thinking there's some crucial questions you should be asking, and if you're asking those questions and still coming to the wrong conclusion, I think you need to be you need a supervisor, because First of all, I don't know why you're not asking. What are the odds of this machine that I'm putting my money into? What are the odds of me winning money back? Because if you don't know the exact odds and you can't calculate what it's going to take for you to win and how long it's going to take for you to play the machine to win, that's a fucking problem, because you're never going to win. The longer you play the machine, law of large numbers, if your odds are below 50%, you're always going to be losing to the house. If you don't know that, that's a fucking problem for me. But if you hear that, if you hear how bad your odds are, and you're still putting your money in the machine, you need a supervisor right now. You need to be sent back to school. You got a fucking problem. And I think if a woman felt so desperate that she needs to get a Brazilian butt lift, I'm thinking, yeah, you need a supervisor, you need a caretaker, you need a therapist, because there's clearly something wrong with your brain to be making these wrong decisions. Clearly, you have a very low opinion of your looks, and it's not about changing your environment. You need to turn your inside into a nice, hanging towers of Babylon or whatever. You're not a nice, pristine environment where you feel good about yourself and you feel happy about yourself, and you don't feel the need to change yourself in a high risk surgery that can get you fucking killed when you have kids. Maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe you need to fix your insides. Instead of your outsides. Fuck. This just makes me so sad, man.
The kids is definitely like one of the worst parts of it too.
Yeah. You just don't have a mom anymore because she wanted to get a fucking fat ass. That's what she wanted, man. It's tough. Super tough. Just happens. So, so plastic surgery should be banned.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, in terms of just getting it for no reason, like again, if you're in like a car crash or something, like you were saying, but I think it's fine, but.
What I mean. Did this just to feel something. I hate following some artists that make good art that just do NFTs. Holy shit. It's, oh, yeah, you made some really nice art, and then they just start retweeting NFTs. I'm just thinking, no. I have a massive it's not even a logical thing I'm thinking of. I'm not even thinking logically about NFTs. I don't even really understand what they are. Actually, I do. I absolutely know. It's giving some sort of verification that you own an image. And I just don't care. I think that's just whack. I don't know why you would need that when I can just save the picture on the computer. Why do I need to have a code that tells me I actually own? It's like it's like a folly of human concepts where we create this, like, because ownership, it's sort of like who owns land, right? We just tell ourselves that people own this land, right? But it's not actually something that you own or anything like that. Mm-hmm. So, I think it's like an extension of that, where it's, somebody makes an image, and then, you want to prove that you own it, and so you get an independent code that tells you, yeah, you own this image. And I just think that's just whack. To me, that sounds whack, because the fact that you feel the need to own an image, what's the point of that? I don't understand. It's really hard for me to comprehend that, because I think maybe a lot of this is coming from my views on IP, and I think IP is in dangerous waters right now. I just think it hampers the development and the convenience of the consumer. You know, when you think of some games that you just think about, you know, I'm speaking from your experiences, you know how COD DLCs were released early on some platforms. That's bullshit. Why the fuck my Xbox or my PC, like my PC was able to play these maps. So how come the PS this was when the BO3 DLCs were coming out? Why the fuck can you make it so I can't play the DLC maps at the same time as PS4? It's because you cut a lucrative deal where you passed on this ownership of the IP to PlayStation so they could release it early on their platform. That's bullshit. That's what this weird ownership gets us. It gets us to the point where something is physically possible, but development and convenience is being hampered for this reason. And it's making things so much worse when it comes to video game preservation. The fact that Steam can't list old video games that are no longer even being produced and sold on consoles that are also not being produced and sold. Are we serious? This is so stupid. What's the point? Why are we just letting art just disappear like that because of some weird ownership scheme that we've sort of created as human beings? I think that's where a lot of my negative views come from for NFTs.
I saw Muda talking about something like that recently, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're referring to?
I guess yes, because I follow Muda and I know he talks about things like this. But not exactly, because my opinions are a lot more far-reaching than that when it comes to just, let's say, video hosting websites and the fact that video hosting websites don't compete in terms of the best product that they can provide. They compete in terms of what IPs they have on their platform. You're not going to HBO because, oh, wow, I really like, you know, how fast their website loads because of, you know, their integration into MAL and IMDb and Letterboxd. No one's saying that. No one's saying, you know, all these cool features that the website has produced. Same with consoles. Nobody's saying the PS4, yeah, I really like the PS4 of the PC because... you know, I like the way the menu works. I like how easy it is to just boot up and load. And look, now it's become the battle of IPs. Oh, I get early DLC on my platform. You can't actually play Bloodborne on PCs, even though you could get way more FPS, and that would actually be a benefit of playing Bloodborne on PC. No, actually, we're just gonna hog the IP and make it so you have to buy a PlayStation 4 and onwards to be able to play the game. What's the point of that when my PC can run the game? What the fuck is the point of that? There is no point of that. It is just a waste of humanity. It's a waste of humanity that I need to buy a PlayStation which has the same capacity to play these games as my PC. That is fucking retarded. That is the dumbest thing. That's so stupid. It's just wasteful. Talk about humanity. In terms of what is the point of getting us to waste our income on something that does the same thing, but the US government has dictated the way IPs work, it makes it so that they can just IP hoard. And that means that I can't play Bloodborne on PC. I think that's just stupid. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why I would spend my other than that, I don't know why I would spend my disposable income. And why I complain about this is because it's a concept. It's a concept. It's not an actual limitation of the fabric of reality. The fabric of reality doesn't stop me from playing Bloodborne on PC. What stops me from playing it is someone saying, hey, you can't do this because they own it, so Steam can't host Bloodborne on their platform. That's fucking retarded. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you care about human development, you're not thinking in terms of, yeah, this is really useful for humanity that we have this system in place where people can do this. This sounds really stupid.
Yeah, when you were talking about, like, it's letting video games die, or, like, art die.
Yeah.
It made me think because I watched a Muda video recently. I don't remember when. It might have been the past few months. And he was talking about like there's these games that are like just straight up disappearing. You can't buy them anywhere. Can't get them anywhere in like piracy.
You just have to
like,
emulate them. Pirate, yeah.
Yeah, they're making it to where you like can't even do that. So I don't remember exactly the details, but there's like what is it is it Splinter Cell games, like some of the old Splinter Cell games, like you can't even like play them or something.
Yeah, some games are better pirated too. Yeah, very, very whack. And that's just something that it's actually physically there's nothing limiting us, but they're limiting us in a way that I think is really disgusting and whack.
Yeah.
I think it's IP. There is importance to some IP. In some, there are use cases for IP. I'm not anti-IP. Just in its current form, it is so grossly against the consumer in a way where the material of the world doesn't limit us from if the material of the world doesn't limit us from doing something, but it's some dumb IP laws. And by the way, this is not like a it's just wasteful. Like it's just there's no. I can't think of a good argument for having people waste money on a product that sort of does the same thing just because one machine can run not because of the ability to run but is allowed to run by an IP holder. It's so this is so stupid. That needs to change. It's going to be really hard to change because media companies are really big and there's a lot of interest to have these IPs ordered. But it would be nice if we had some reformation. That needs a serious reform. You shouldn't, because it also just blocks us from interacting with, certain pieces of culture. And think about all of these really old fairy tales that don't have IP protections because they're just so old. Either that they've run out of IP protection or that it existed before robust IP protection. So we're thinking about, Alice in the Wonderland. And now we've got fucking, Alice in Borderland. Some like Japanese manga that has nothing to do with really the original Alice in Borderland. It's just like, vaguely related in terms of concept. They go into another world, but apart from that, it's and the main character has the same name, but apart from that, it's very disconnected. I'm thinking that's cool. It's cool we can do that. Same thing with Snow White.
Pluto's like what's it called? Like a retelling of I don't remember what is it? Oh, Astro Boy.
Astro Boy. I was thinking of Astro Boy, but I was like, I don't know if it would be that. So what I'm saying, right, is that Harry Potter, I'm thinking that should just be public domain now, and you should just be able to use the characters however you want. I don't think you should. I don't see a big reason for why you shouldn't be able to use those characters. You've made your money now. Okay, that's cool. You've made your money, and that's the thing, right? This is why I think IP can be useful and limited use, like highly restricted use of IP from what we have now can be good. The fact that you spend money creating a concept in a very specific way that brings money into an economy. Yeah, you should be rewarded for that. Okay, that's cool. But we've got a problem here. Why should you can just coast off of making one IP and that's it? Why should JK Rowling is rich enough already? She's already been reimbursed for her work with the Harry Potter IP. Why should she own it anymore? I don't understand. Why? What is the use case for that? I think at that point it's done. It's redundant. Now it should be public domain and people can make their own Harry Potter recreations and retellings and their own animes using the Harry Potter name. Why shouldn't you be able to do that by now? Same thing with something that, let's say, a series that hasn't been completed, Akagi. Why can't a fan just go and make their own Akagi retelling and make money off of it? Right? Well, why shouldn't they be able to do that?
Oh, do you mean like the anime isn't?
Yeah, the anime isn't finished.
Right.
Why shouldn't they be able to make their own animation and make money off of it? Because now you wouldn't be able to make money off of it, and they could even take down your product even if you're not making money off of it.
True.
Same with fan games. There's a lot of fan games that are made that people put so much effort in, they can't make money off of it.
Die Rise. Didn't take down the remake on BO3 or something.
Oh, I didn't even know about this.
I don't remember exactly. There was one map someone made and they got taken down by Treyarch, and there was like a bunch of stuff that happened. And this was like 2 years ago.
Right. I didn't know about this, but I'm thinking this is a severe problem where I've seen Pokemon Reborn. I've been playing that since 2013, and it got finished in 2022 or I think it was 2022, and it was a ROM hack that existed before that point. So it's been going on for, 10 years, over 10 years. And I'm thinking, okay, you should be able to make money off of that at that point. Like, yeah, you're using the Pokemon name and using the Pokemon species, but I don't see why you shouldn't be able to make money off of that at that point. Because if you're using like the old Pokemon, not any of the new ones, because obviously you get your copyright refresh for all the new things where you get like a monopoly on all the new things you've developed. But after a certain point, I think I should just be able to make my own Pokemon. I think like you've already made your money off of whatever you're doing. Okay, you've already established yourself as the power player, but I think other people should be able to make money off of their own things and advertise their own fan games that they've made off of it. It's not like Pokemon is gonna go Game Freak or whatever Pokemon company is gonna lose their fan base. Like, oh, I actually don't want to play any Game Freak games unless they like just stop making them, then yeah, or they just stop making good games. Like, let's just say they make phone games now. They just start making really soft games, and then somebody else comes along and I guess makes a better side series, that a better Pokemon series than they did, and so now they're interested in playing those games. Okay, you lost in the marketplace. You lost in the market. Fucking adapt. That's what you need to do. You have all that money that you earn to make your product the best that it can be, and you still fucking failed. Okay, then you can adapt in the marketplace. That sucks for you, and that's how it should be. It's adapt or die. If I want to make my own Call of Duty Zombies game that's based off of BO1, I should be able to make money off of that.
100%.
I totally should. And and now everyone wants to play my game and buy my game, and no one's buying your game anymore because my version is better. Let's say like a bunch of YouTubers start a coalition and they make their own game, or a bunch of zombie players come together, pitch in money, and we make a really good high round game that people like. Okay, you couldn't adapt. That's not my fault. That's your fault. You have all the money in the world to adapt, and you couldn't do it. Why should you be able to have a monopoly on this product? We know monopolies are bad. We know what Theodore Roosevelt did. He broke up the monopolies because monopolies are fucking whack. They're super whack because they have a control over the market and they can basically do whatever the fuck they want. Treyarch can make bad zombie games forever and ever and ever. Why? Because they have the monopoly of the product. That's shit. This is whack. I like my adapt strategy. Or not strategy, but a concept where you just have to battle it out. It sounds way better to me. Obviously, that's in theory. I have no idea how it's going to work out in concept. It just sounds bad to me than what we have now. Because what we have right now is not working. We can't have video games that people can no longer play. I'm thinking there's something really wrong with that. Like some serious critical mass where we've put artificial barriers, artificial in terms of not materially created barriers to being able to do something, and that's getting to the point where now people can't play certain games and experience certain art forms. I'm thinking there is something severely wrong with that.
I'm just thinking if there was a monopoly on like hardware, holy fuck, it'd be so bad.
There already
Like
is.
Intel, AMD, Nvidia, like that. What?
Yeah, there already is. They have a monopoly. Hyperthreading was. I remember when AMD was not doing so well in terms of having powerful CPUs, and when Intel made hyperthreading, they copyrighted it, so they were the only ones that can use it. So AMD had to do all this shit. They couldn't just do hyperthreading. So yeah, no, that definitely.
Stupid. Wait, what?
This is.
I mean,
yeah, IP exists in everything. Everything.
This isn't like recent, right? Like obviously, 'cause I was gonna say with Intel, like their newest CPUs that released, I think last month, or it was like mid-October.
Oh,
Like, they're
Intel
terrible.
is yeah, stinky cheese right now. Not doing well right
Yeah,
now.
the CEO. Then the CEO resigned or something.
Not paying attention.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Haven't
sure
been
he stepped
hearing
down.
good
But
things.
their GPUs are gonna launch soon. I think those look really good. Like for the price. It actually could be like super good. So I think that's like their last hope right now. But yeah, they got to fix their CPU problem with the releases of the CPUs they launched recently. It's like, why would anybody buy this? It's like the same performance as the previous CPUs they launched like a long time ago, but like it's horribly optimized. It's just I don't know what they were thinking releasing that shit. But yeah, wait. So I was gonna talk about this with the zombies thing. Do you remember that game that came out this year? Like I don't remember. It started with
Yeah,
an
I
S.
know. Yeah, I know.
Did did Treyarch do something with that?
I don't think so because it's not using any of the IP. You're not using the IP, then it doesn't matter. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when PUBG, Player Unknown, the guy that worked on PUBG, he tried to sue Fortnite for using
Oh yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
same concepts.
That was so stupid.
That's what I'm saying, right? IP just holds back cool things.
Speaking of Fortnite, though, I'm about to be playing that soon when the OG shit comes back.
Oh
Apparently,
yeah.
they're doing like all the seasons.
Oh yeah. Again.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how true it is because like one of my IRL friends told me, but he was telling me they're starting with season 1, and then every month it's gonna rotate, like season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5. And it's just gonna like keep rotating.
Okay. Can't wait for my
I don't know if
prison.
that's true, but 100% gonna be playing that if that's true.
Salty Springs. Yay!
Man, I hope I get to see Anarchy Acres, Moisty Mire, locations that were not in season 5.
Right. There's only one location I care about, and that's Salty Springs. After we figured out Salty Springs, that's the only place I started dropping.
And apparently they're redoing the mechanics, so you're not gonna have like vaulting and stuff.
Okay.
It's gonna feel like the old game apparently. I don't know. Again, I don't know how true that is. My real friend told me, and I don't know if he's the most credible person, but
Right. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't. Once I start hearing. So here's the thing, right? There are some cool things and this is like I guess like my problem with like traditionalists, people that think everything just needs to like, go back to the way it was. It was just so good back then, apparently. Apparently the times that you never lived in are just so bad. And it's funny because you always hear historical writings on how it used to be so good back then and it's just not good now. Makes me think it's it's more of a viewpoint problem rather than an actual material thing changing. Could be an influence of both, but when I hear voting going away, I don't know. I don't remember Fortnite enough to know like Fortnite without voting or how it changes the
Wait, what?
gameplay enough.
Vaulting?
Voting. You said voting?
No, I said what's it called? I think I said something that sounded like it. What I meant was like, wait, what did I? No, it's like when you. Yeah, I did say vaulting, but I meant like jumping, like whenever you climb on the roof. I didn't mean like vault. I didn't mean like the vault where they like put shit in. Like I'm talking about
No, I'm
like.
talking about voting. Yeah, voting
You're
when
talking
you
about jumping
vote.
up.
Yeah, when you vote. Yeah, that's what voting is. That's what you said.
Oh, okay. So we were on the same page. Okay, I was
Yeah.
making sure because I thought you
No.
said voting. I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, bro.
I was so confused. I thought you said voting. Like,
No.
no, yeah, I thought that was stupid though. I mean, like when we were playing like the back in November, I thought that was like a whack mechanic. It just felt weird. Didn't feel like it was like in place for the game.
Right. For me, it's like I'm gonna I'm gonna disagree with you. I think if the mechanic is fun, leave it in there. And I know when OG came back, I know Dankin, uh, what's the other guy called? Free XE was complaining about I forgot what the thing was where it's like if you get a kill, you get some of your health back.
Oh yeah, Siphon.
Siphon, yeah. And I was thinking, right, this is the problem, right? Because they're going back to the old seasons. I don't want them to get rid of good mechanics, right? Same with I like BL1, but there are things that I think BL2 just does better mechanically. That I think if I were to have them in BL1, let's say like no box lag. When you hit the box, you don't get box lag. Maybe I
Yeah.
think that's maybe I think that's like something that should be in the game.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds like it should be, a thing. And then, other things BO2 does. I actually don't know what. I can't think
When
of
you say
anything at the
box
top of my
lag,
head.
do you just mean for consoles or do you mean
Console,
like
yeah, for
player?
console.
Okay, that's like not that important then.
Well, it's not important now. Everyone's playing on, PC Master Race, but
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying. And
I don't know if
other
you meant that or box error, which
right.
BO2 has, but it's just way you're not gonna ever reach it.
Already, I don't even know how to box error. We're not gonna reach it. How many
It's
times you
like
gonna have to hit the
12,000 hits
box?
or something. I remember someone saying that.
Oh, can you can't reach that? Well, I'm surprised.
I mean, nah, not on town or anything even.
Well, how far did they get in terms of box hits on town?
I don't remember. I think probably have to look at Slayer's most recent game.
Okay. But when it comes to
Yeah.
yeah, what?
Oh, I was just gonna finish saying like yeah, BO2 has box error, but it's just not achievable. It's kind of just like reset in the newer games. Like I don't think anyone's hidden reset in these new games, but I'm pretty sure it still exists, right?
Fuck knows. I actually have no idea. Yeah, when it comes to some mechanics, I think some mechanics, even though I think BL1 is just a superior game, there are some small mechanics that I think, yeah, maybe I prefer that. Not even maybe. Like, yeah, that would definitely be better for the game. And
The reset times in BO2 are worse though, for sure. Because that's why it kind of makes sense if you have higher reset times in BO2 as well. So like box error is higher, like everything just higher.
right.
But I think 130 hours reset's kind of stupid.
No, don't. You already know what I think about the crazy number of hours you have to play in zombies. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, BL4, that's a joke.
There's like a guy who's in a game for 6 months or something. Like,
yeah, when it comes to mechanics that a newer game that is not as fondly looked at, if it brings in mechanics that are just good, I'm fine with those mechanics becoming universal. So when they bring back when they brought back OG Fortnite, learning about Siphon, to me that seems really logical because I used to play SG, Minecraft Hunger Games. It's called survival games, probably for copyright reasons, right? That was a really big thing. In Fortnite, you call it third party, we call it cleanup, where you just get clean, like you kill somebody in a fight, right? And then somebody comes up and then just taps you once, and then you just die, and it's just, you just think, what the fuck is that? Yeah, that's so whack.
You gotta be aware.
And there are just situations where you can't do anything, and there is a play style that is, if you played with a bunch of sweaty people in deathmatch, you get teleported deathmatch 4 or 3 people depending on what server you're on, and people will just play super defensive, and sometimes depending on what server, sometimes nobody just wins the game. On other servers, the one I played on, it's most kills wins the game, if the timer runs out, and that's really aids, and I've seen it in Fortnite. EXE was telling me the logical conclusion to a bunch of good players being in a game where what you call it, cleaning people up or third partying is so strong, it just makes people play really defensive, and people building forts and playing really defensive. I saw how aids it looked, and I'm thinking, I like the really aggressive Fortnite play style. I like when you play, you're going kill after kill after kill, and you're not just, sitting there, in your tower, and every time, and you want to avoid the fight because you have precious resources, and you don't want to risk the resources against another defensive player that's going to make you that's going to really drain your resources and their resources, and then when you win the fight, then you're now worse off for playing skillfully. You're actually being disrewarded for playing, well in the fight. You actually have to play defensive as possible, get lucky with circles. This seems really shit. So I really do like Siphon, and there's other game modes in Minecraft that have done that, where if you get a kill, you get slight regeneration, slight health boost. So it's sort of the same thing with Siphon, because people just find it really annoying to get cleaned up. And it just promotes a really campy, it makes the campy playstyle very over centralizing, that I think is just bad. So I can see where they're coming from coming from a Minecraft background, and so I think Siphon should have been in the game, and the fact that they're trying to be very traditional and just, okay, we're just gonna bring that back, the seasons kind of how they were, we're gonna have some new things in the game, but for the most part, it's going to be very traditional. I'm just not a big fan of that.
I think you're wrong, because they kept the mechanics from the base game.
But they didn't have Siphon.
They already didn't have Siphon. They already didn't have Siphon in the normal game.
Right, and that's what.
Not.
Right.
They just yeah.
Right, but if what I'm doing is more of a thought experiment in terms of if when they're for this next new Fortnite that they're adding into the game, I want them to keep some new mechanics that just better, that just make the game work in philosophically better. I don't want them to just recreate the same game, because the game isn't the same game as it was before, because the players dictate how the game is played. And if the game is played in a completely different way, that the mechanics just simply don't make the old mechanics where they would have made for a good game back then but don't make for a good game now, I think you should shift the mechanics a little bit to make the game a little bit more conducive to a better experience. So
I agree with you to an extent, but it is a nostalgia fest for sure, and I wouldn't want something that totally changes the way the game's played. Obviously if it's something like World at War, if they remaster World at War or whatever in like a few years,
I put Mule Kick in, I'm good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Mule Kick, and I don't want the waft to not work properly in Dries. You know what I mean? Like I don't want that getting me killed. So, I agree with you to an extent for sure. But
for me, it's just like just play the original World at War, put like fucking chimpanzees running around. Actually, I don't give a fuck. If I can, the thing with Fortnite is that it's not like World at War where you can just go and play the original whenever you want, how it was as it was back then. You can't do that in Fortnite because everyone's on the same patch. There are no old versions, right? So you do have to. It was
an old version. They took down for IP. What you were talking about earlier, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
but it's like it's not officially. There is just nothing like that, and so you do have to make the experience, you know, you know, I guess, as close as it is to the original while also keeping good mechanics and good changes that they've changed to the game. You actually have to play a balancing game there. But if they remake World at War, I don't give a fuck if there's like, Wu-Tang fucking warriors and fucking Zimbabwe Kenyan warriors throwing fucking rocks at me and like Mongolian horse archers. Like, I just don't give a fuck because I can just go and play the original whenever the fuck I want, and I'm not entitled to them making the game as faithfully as possible because there is no version that I can play at any time.
Yeah.
I would feel a little bit weird about them adding Mongolian horse archers because it's just like, what has that got to do with World at War? It's like, why are you taking the name World at War and then sort of making your own fan fiction about what the game is? Because it has nothing to do with, World at War and what that game was. So you're sort of just smuggling your fan fiction into, what people think World at War is. That's kind of bullshit. I don't care too much about it. Fucking Mongolian horse. Round 5 and the Mongolian horse archers are coming along.
But anyway, the point is, I didn't like vaulting. It felt weird, and I didn't really get the point of it. It kind of just changed the game too much as well. It made getting
So
around
different.
like certain areas way easier, and I don't know.
It's just
like
so
having to
bad.
build more. It wasn't really that big of a deal, but it just kind of felt off to me.
Yeah, it just sounds like the biggest non-issue. Vaulting? Who the fuck gives a shit?
I mean, no, it is a pretty big deal because it makes it to where you can access areas easier that you couldn't otherwise.
Such a big deal.
I mean, yeah, like you're jumping on the roof of a house. Normally you have to build there, which is like giving sound cues and stuff. It's actually
Instead
pretty big deal.
of
You can
walking
vault
around.
you can vault on top of like building or like builds and shit. It's like kind of weird.
Right.
It just gives you way more navigation, I guess. And I don't know.
Such a big deal. I'm gonna cry. Same thing with the color palette, it's just too different. Hate it. And the skins are just not the ones that were in season 1 and 2. It's unacceptable.
I mean, the color palette, that's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big game
Get
changer.
reshaded, my brother.
Makes the game feel totally different.
Yeah, man. Just thinking, couldn't give a fuck.
I just think color palette's a big deal. And like, if you go watch an anime, and the color palette's like slightly different, it kind of makes a big difference. Like
Yeah, if you let that become a big deal.
I don't know. I think it matters more than you think.
I know it matters.
You can't not notice that, you know.
Right, I mean, subconsciously, yeah, there's something changing the color palette. I know Modern Warfare 3 just looks so whack to me because of how the color palette is so dulled in comparison to MW2. But the thing is, it's just I'm not gonna let myself get negative about the game because of that. So I know that's just gonna ruin the experience. It's gonna, you have to have care about the things that actually really change the game to a considerable extent. Because if you nitpick everything, every small thing, then things are just gonna suck. You're just gonna complain about small things. You're never gonna be seeing things for the way they are. And like, okay, this is different, and maybe it's not as good as it was before, but let yourself enjoy and experience what is new, because just because something is different doesn't mean it's worse off than it was before. And realize your privilege too. The fact that things are just not going to be the way they are forever, and I think you need to get into the mindset of accepting that, because if you can accept that, things are just going to feel better for you. Because you can get to the point where it's like, oh, things aren't. You could be like the old boomer, and some like village, where he's just like, fuck, things are not as good as they were before, while some like little kid is having the summer of their life that they're going to be talking about, to their grandchildren. And it's just,
Right.
how the fuck can't you see that? How the fuck are you so bothered about, whatever the fuck was going on before, but you can't see somebody, enjoying the experience that you were complaining about? Is it really, is there not something that you can get out of it? Not, and obviously you can only have this mindset to a certain extent, because if you're like, oh yeah, my wife just got raped and my kids were killed at gunpoint, but I just need to look at the positives about life. Yeah, obviously not. It sounds like a really bad mindset, but it's the small things that don't really matter that much. I'm never gonna let myself get down about the small things. It's always gonna be the big things that I really care about, that really change the atmosphere. And for me, it's gonna be things like, let's say they removed building out of Fortnite, which they did in some game modes. Yeah, I think that's something that's non-negotiable. I just don't want to play a game without building. I think that's too much. That's too much of a character change for me. I'm not
Love
interested.
that mode too.
Yeah.
I thought it sucked. It was just
Yeah.
so boring. I tried it. Like, you kept begging me to try it. I didn't want to play it because it just sounded dumb. But I ended up trying it. Yeah, it was just kind of boring.
Building is just, it's the soul of the game. Just learning the
Yeah.
skills to be able to build fluently. I see the way EXE played. He was definitely someone that nerded out about building, at least, at one point in his life, because I definitely he was definitely building way better than any of us. And I'm just thinking, yeah, I like that. I like how there's somebody that's just able to dominate the game based on how good they've got, of how much time they put on the game. And if you remove that, then I don't think there's a lot left to Fortnite. It's not like there isn't stuff left to Fortnite, but I think it severely diminishes the selling point of Fortnite in the first place. The building and the gunplay isn't that great in Fortnite. Just saying, it's not that great. Fucking Bloom, you can't even change your shoulder perspective, so you have shoulder advantage on one side. Bullshit. I'm not the biggest fan of that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I stopped playing right when building became like a big deal. Like right when people were like really starting to get crazy about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these guys, they kept playing through like, I think chapter 2, late chapter 1 or like chapter 2 is whenever building started becoming like something that everyone is like trying to get really good at. I stopped playing before that shit. But yeah, I do think in hindsight, like that's definitely the most interesting part of the game for sure.
And then all the people that don't want to learn the game are complaining about it. Oh my god, building. It's just, really annoying. It's annoying if you're getting dominated by someone. I completely understand that. But when you're dominating someone, when you've put time into the game to get good enough, and now you're dominating everyone, well, that feels fucking amazing. Are you serious? That it's like learning how to do something, learning how to ride a bike. That's really satisfying. Or learning how to speak a different language, I guess. That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, that's super satisfying to be able to speak, because you've earned that. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Good work. Been watching so much history content. That's all I'm getting recommended now. Japanese history too. Interesting. Fuck, I was meant to watch this video and the Raj sent me, I just realized.
Oh shit! I was gonna ask, did what's his name? Did Dank ever read that like religious text
I,
saying why it's
I
fun to be
asked,
gay?
I asked Niraj, but I don't think he responded.
You are safe behind your shields, and the orcs are going to impale themselves on your pointy sticks. And then the elves just decide, no, instead we'll jump in front of that, needlessly into danger. My name is Wilken Einenberg. I teach ancient history.
Oh my god. There's so many. I've talked about fight choreography before in Hollywood, how it's just awful and doesn't really make that much
Yeah, I
sense.
remember that. Yeah.
Because I've gotten really into history over the past few years, seeing how battles are displayed on in Hollywood movies, I think it's just so whack. I really do. It's like listening to. I remember when Johnny J
I'm
did.
sorry, I'm gonna turn on my phone. Sorry.
Okay.
I wanna go outside. It's about to get dark.
Sure. All right. Hola. Hello.
Would not let me unmute. What the hell? It's raining.
Nice.
Yeah, but you were talking about history, the
Yeah.
portrayal of it in Hollywood.
Yeah, the portrayal of battles are awful in Hollywood. I've never seen it's like if or not if remember when Johnny J was making videos and when he started off before he collaborated with Phoenix to make the videos and actually had an informed glance at how the high rounds were achieved on BO1. People were mad when he did my Doris one and he showed I fucked up. I was doing triple trap and I fucked up one of the loop and he said he said that was the he said that was the strat and I'm just thinking, man, this is like one of the most beautiful strats in existence, and the fact that you have completely failed to even convey how cool this strat is so sad to me.
I thought that was so funny, like the fact that he just got so unlucky to like pick out that point of it. And he's like, just watches one loop, and he's like, oh, that's it. And then he did something even funnier on Baruch, where he just watches the end round where Phoenix ended from the front because it's faster if you know it's the end of the round. And he said that was the loop, so you just pull it from the front, like the what's it called, this double tap trap.
Yeah.
So he just got that completely wrong, dude. It's like so funny.
So it's incredibly cringeworthy, and so I see that in battles. But the thing is, like, history is universal. It's one of the topics that you get taught in school. Yet they have completely and history has a lot of representation in terms of there's a lot of people that know history. And so when the representation is just so fucking whack, I'm thinking, I just got sent a fucking paragraph by EXE. It's like, please, I beg you, and I just clicked off. I clicked off, man. I don't care. I really don't care. No, I do. It's actually looked like an interesting message, but completely taken me off track. But you know, the High Round Zombies community isn't something that's very influential, so I understand how it can be misrepresented very easily. But with history, it's something very easily understood in terms of the research is very easy, very readily available. You don't have to talk to, you know, Dark Alley members in a very Dark Alley community. You don't have to do that. It is very accessible. And the fact that they get it so wrong is really concerning to me. Why? It's to the point where I don't know if you've seen it, but people have like full steel on, like a full steel plate of it's called full plate armor, and then arrows will just kill the men in full plate armor. And it's just, what? You have a full plate of metal on you. How the fuck is an arrow penetrating this?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Same thing with... Yeah, go on.
I really think you're gonna like Legend of the Galactic Heroes a lot, because the portrayal of history, it's not like real history, it's like fake history. Like,
Well,
I mean, it's like
it's in
2,000
space,
years
so...
in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's like really far in the future, but like the portrayal of history, like you can tell whoever wrote this story is like super into history. Just the way that it's presented, like everything is presented. I don't know, it's like really interesting.
I have to see for myself. I just got recommended by EXE.
And
Since
the
go
battlefields in
Yeah.
space, like it's so sick watching the battles, like the tactics everyone pulls off, and like everything matters. And
I'm glad you said tactics.
It's in space, right?
I really appreciate
It's
how
in
you
space,
said
right?
tactics.
So,
Yeah.
like the space environment creates like new things. So like they'll be in a battle,
Mm.
and then like something will happen in space, and it's like, oh shit, like there's like a fissure, or like these like meteors are like floating by, and we have to avoid this. And
Right.
it's like a really dynamic like battlefield all the time. It's really sick.
Right. I'm into military history, so celebrating the Napoleon's. I made a meme earlier where it was Trump was making a Trump was saying they would annex Canada. He was saying some crazy shit, and then somebody posted a meme of Trump standing next to the Canadian flag and like looking into the territories of Canada, like if he was like some sort of conqueror. At least that's what it evoked in me, and I just made some meme because 2 days ago it would have been the thing like the 220th anniversary of Austerlitz, which is Napoleon's masterpiece. His best tactical victory that he achieved. His masterpiece, his magnum opus, whatever. Yeah, I am into military history, so let's see if it's as good as you say. If it is very adherent to battle tactics, and what you call it, strategy. But I'm glad you said tactics, not strategy, because people get that mixed up. Battle tactics, not battle strategy. That doesn't make any fucking sense. We'll see. We'll see if it's as good, because it's funny you said that, because EXE messaged me just out of the blue, massive paragraph. I beg you, watch Evangelion. Oh, are you serious? And then he sent me another message under that. He said, I'd love to compile all my emotions into a novel or something. It's fucking man.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's gonna be your favorite anime though.
Really?
Heroes, like 100%.
We'll see. I'm thinking, Evangelion or Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I don't know, man. EXE
Bro,
told
I'll
me
literally watch it with you too. Like some of it. It's like 110 episodes, but I'll be so down to watch like the first 20 with you at least.
Right. I am a little bit more interested in Legend of the Galactic Heroes, because I'm definitely way more in a history mood right now. I've been watching
and, like,
a lot
the
of
political
history
presence,
videos,
it's the best.
Right.
I'd say it's like 100% the best I've seen in anime.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the decisions matter, and yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. And like one thing that there was something that Frenzy was like complaining about to me,
Right.
and I can't say what it was. It's a massive spoiler, but I'll just say like these like important characters, like they can just die at any time.
Yeah.
That's what he was complaining about. He was complaining about the way they died, and I'm just thinking, there's like a really important character that just gets killed by like a nobody. Like we don't even know
that's
who he is.
good. Oh, I
And I'm
agree
like,
with that.
dude,
That's
if you
really
look in
sick.
history, you see like these mass like JFK, like he's getting killed by nobody even knows who this
like
guy
random. Yeah. Well, they do, but this is some like communist guy. Well, if you ask Stank, it's the CIA, but
yeah. So I thought
Some
that was really
historian
sick.
guy I watched did a video on he does like more American history, which I'm way less familiar with. He did a video on I think his name's like Charles Munger or something. He did a video on the assassination from a historical point of view in terms of like what do the sources say. He's not like creating any sort of like fan fiction of like, oh, you know, like I just have a feeling this happened. No, it's just like going through, you know, what is most likely said by, you know, what the sources represent. Um, and yeah, I felt like he would have that opinion because I think he said something along the lines of that before, where like anticlimactic deaths. Like he's complained about an anticlimactic death before. So that I can't even think of like a specific time that he's done that, but I feel like he's done that before to me. And I'm definitely on. I definitely share your philosophy in terms of people should be dying off of, you know, random things. So I really liked early Game of Thrones. When it adhered to the book, because Khal Drogo, he's like in this fight. This is like actually a show only fight, but he gets at the beginning of the fight, this guy scrapes his what you call it? I don't know what the I think it's like an aracle. I don't know how you even say it, but it's like think about like the sickle. Basically, they use sickles as blades to fight, and this guy scraped against like the Khal, who's like basically the like tribe leader of this like Mongolian horde. Basically, it's like a Mongolian analog, and he scraped this blade across his chest, and you're not even thinking about that. You're just thinking like, oh, you know, he got super disrespected. He's gonna fight now, and he like completely fucking destroys this guy. But then later he gets sick, and his wound is like festering, and he ends up passing away due to that wound, which causes like a massive, like it completely changes the direction the story goes in, because the character that we're following in the books, the POV is this character called Daenerys. She gets raped by this Khal that ends up dying, but then she actually ends up actually liking him, which is pretty funny. And her political safety is tied to I say political safety, her safety in general is tied to this guy, because it's a very patriarchal society, and so and they value it's like a tribal, very militaristic society that values this strength, military strength. And so she's a woman, she can't provide that. And so once he ends up dying, she's like really panicking, and she's trying to use magic to resurrect him, and she even ends up getting her son killed in the process, which could be possibly due to magic, or she just miscarried because she's really stressing. And so he ends up dying, and because she's a woman, all the tribe just fucks off, and they don't, you know, because, you know, why the fuck are they going to follow her? It's a patriarchal society. She's not a man. They're not going to follow her. She doesn't have the capacity for any sort of military conquest. And then something happens after that, you know, I won't say in case you ever end up watching it, but it completely changes the trajectory of where her character goes. And I like that. I like when characters like that can die. The guy that had the most chapters in the first book, 15, by far had the most. I think he had like 50% more than like second most second most character that had the most chapters. And he ends up dying in a very dramatic fashion in one of probably my favorite episodes of TV. And actually, no, that's not my favorite episode, but the massive changes and massive upheavals of just characters just dying by really weird situations. Like there's one where a dwarf shoots a crossbow into one of like the most ruthless leaders in like this era's history in Game of Thrones, and that's like, so another really shocking thing that happens. Just random characters dropping left and right, and that's why I really liked it. I think that's what's really appealing to it, is that people can just die of random diseases. They can just die off of, if you just get hit once and you start bleeding out, you just die. There is no magic that happens to you. There is bullshit that can happen in terms of, because the world is magical. There are but it's like a really soft magic where like people don't really understand how it works. And there's even this like really interesting character that exists like way later on. They butchered him, and like when the show got bad, but in the books he's still really good, where he's like, he sort of sees it like an atheist, where it's like these are technologies I can use, and so I'm gonna get like all these like priests that practice the faith. I'm gonna get them to, and I'm gonna enslave them so I force them to use whatever magic they practice for my needs. And like some of this magic is really crazy. Like it can resurrect. There's an asterisk there because it's not really like a pure resurrection. Like it will really fuck with the mind of the characters that get resurrected. So it's not like, oh yeah, characters are just getting resurrected for free, because that's bullshit. I don't like resurrection, and it has to be done near close to the death, and the characters really change. And so yeah, I'm a really big fan of that, because I think it adds it's not only is it realistic, it keeps you on your toes. Anything can happen. You can't get comfortable with a certain character just leading a certain plot line. It's like, oh, a really good character is doing something morally good. Oh, they just die of fucking cancer because they got leukemia and it sucks. That's fucking sick to me. That's what happens. Good causes die, and it's really interesting to see. I don't know if you ever read history, but some leaders have died too early, and then what happens is that whatever territory that they're holding on to just completely splits into civil war, and then now any sort of reforms that the guy was trying to do and any sort of cool things that the guy was going to end up doing just completely gets disregarded because they fucking died of an illness. Think about Alexander the Great, and then what followed on after he died, the Wars of the Diadochi, where his empire completely splits up and ceases to exist immediately when all his generals take off different parts of his empire. His empire only had one ruler. That's it. And it just completely broke apart. Shit like this happens, and it's some of the most interesting things that can happen in history, I think.
100% agree. And it's something that you don't really see it a lot in anime, or like I guess even TV in general, where just characters die like that, just like unexpectedly. It's usually built up and stuff, and yeah, I guess Frenzy just likes that more. But
just got a message. Just got this Fortnite ad. I hate that on YouTube. I sometimes get ads, but they get immediately skipped.
Yeah, that's been happening to me too. I've been getting one on Discord, not like an ad. I don't know what to call it, but it's like a banner. It's like a Fortnite banner. Have you been seeing that one too?
No,
I don't know why it's popping up. It's like, it says like new quest, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
I hate that it's turned into. So for me, there's the game, which is like a concept that's poorly defined, but with zombies it's high rounds and playing the game in that sort of manner. That's what the game is. When you talk about Easter eggs, I don't consider that the game. That's not what the core gameplay loop is about. Same thing with Fortnite. I think the core gameplay loop is trying to get other people killed and using the mechanics in the game that makes it easier for me to outskill my opponent so I can kill them, so I can outplay them and kill them, and so I can win the game. That's what the game is for me. And when you introduce these other weird quests where it's like, go to this part of the map, I don't give a fuck about that. That's not the game to me. I will happily not complete all the quests. I mean, I'll do it if other people want to do it, but for me, I just don't even give a fuck about that. That doesn't mean anything to me to complete these quests so I can get the fucking V-Bucks, Tomato King skin, Tomato House, Tomato Temple, whatever the fuck. I don't care about that. That isn't the game to me. So when I hear the word quest, I sort of shake quite fiercely, just shaking my head. Just that's not what the game is, and I don't like when they put resources into. Maybe I need to stop thinking about myself, because it is a very sort of self-centered desire in terms of the game should be, other people shouldn't need to, play a game and also have all of these nonsense quests. And I'm sort of thinking about it from the perspective of zombies. You know, you look at zombies and you see people camo grinding, and when you camo grind, you play the game in a way that just isn't the game. It's not what I consider the game. You're playing a game in a very superficial, superfluous nonsense way that doesn't actually have you engaging within the we're playing in a way where the game is built around surviving to the highest rounds. That's what rounds are for. That's what how you measure success in the game. When you make it so you can camo grind, you are playing the game in a very unintuitive way. Going for the most headshots with a gun that's not good is not that's not you're not meant to be doing that in the game. I'm not meant to be using the STG to get the most headshots. This is not how you're meant to be playing the game. And just sitting next to the STG wall buy. Imagine somebody doing that on BO1 so they can get a Hello Kitty STG skin. I'm just thinking that's not the game. That's not the fucking game. And so I will ridicule you if you want to play the game in that sort of way and engage in that sort of way. And I will tell the devs, no, you shouldn't make the game like this, because I want players to play the game in a way that I think should be played, in the way that I designed it. You should be playing it like that. And if you find another way to play the game that's enjoyable too, you know, think of games like Minecraft. People have made like Minecraft Hunger Games in it. That's not the way the game was originally meant to be played. That's also fine too, because you're playing it in the game where it has its own internal logic on what's considered successful and good. Okay, yeah, do that. The game is sandbox in a way, so I guess it was sort of like, you know, softly intended to play the game like this, but not directly intended. But when it comes to zombies and you're playing the game in a way that is so fucking redundant, superfluous, and nonsense, and doesn't engage your brain in a way where it's like, how do I most optimally play the game to, you know, to get the highest round, and then developing these crazy, you know, trade strats and everything like that. That's what I see the game as, and I think that's a really positive thing that challenges your brain to do really cool, exciting things, that and it makes the game really dynamic and competitive. What I don't think is competitive is somebody aiming down the sights of their gun in a very easy to train place and getting the most headshots so they can get a cool skin on their gun. That's not what I consider a really good, rewarding something that requires you to actually how do I say it? Actually, I'll use an analogy. Somebody that watches anime and then or a TV show or anything like that, but then when you try and talk to them about it, they have no sort of like their own original thoughts about what happened or anything like that. They just sort of, you know, go like, oh yeah, this happened and I liked it, and it's not anything it feels like they haven't really paid attention to what happened. They don't really understand what's going on. They couldn't really be able to have a fierce and rigorous conversation with you about some things. They're just not fully paying attention. They're not fully engrossed in what they're watching. They're just watching it to watch it and getting some superficial enjoyment out of it when they don't fully understand what's going on. For me, that's disgusting. For me, if I'm putting my time into something to complete something, it's going to be something that's very rigorous, and it's something that I care about, especially if I'm going to be talking to someone about it. I'm not going to be like, oh, I just watched that and it was just fine. I'm a very opinionated person, and it's because I'm paying attention to everything that's going on. And I think if you're camo grinding, you don't need that same mindset where you're super paying attention to what's going on, like you are a high round player, where you're trying to shave off as many seconds as you can, because it's a very competitive game, and that's what to get the highest round, you need to be the fastest. You need to shave the most amount of seconds. That is whack to me. That's super whack to me. And so the game is encouraging you to play like this. The game is telling you, hey, if you want all the camos, play in this super redundant bullshit fucking way that shouldn't even be played. You shouldn't even conceive of playing the game like this. Finding an easy to train rape train spot and then just aiming down your sights and then just killing all the zombies so you can farm a skin. That's and do these guys look like they're having fun to you when they're grinding these camos, or is it a grind? If I'm using the word grind, I'm not thinking fun. I'm thinking of a very rigorous, repetitive process that I'm doing that I'm not exactly enjoying. Come on. Stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there was something you were talking about earlier. Fuck, what was it? I was gonna say, like, there's a reason that Greg doesn't like high rounds, and it was the same thing that you were talking about earlier with something else. It was like not good enough at it or something. Or like bad at it. What was that you were talking about? But yeah, I think that's why Greg doesn't like high rounds, and it sucks that the main selling point of the game seems to be camo grinding. Honestly, I think everyone that plays the game and enjoys it is like coping to some degree, like most people.
Right. Just think
He's
about
like,
this,
yeah,
right?
everyone camo grinds. Like literally everybody who's playing the game that I've talked to about or seen talk about, it's like the camo grinding is like the first thing they bring up.
To
And it's
what
like
end?
that should be a background thing.
Yeah,
That should not
exactly.
be something you're doing.
Exactly. To what end do you camel grind? Because I know camel grinding in itself isn't something that's super enjoyable and cerebral. It certainly isn't a cerebral process. It's something that you would actually want to find a macro so you can just so the macro plays the game for you. You would want some fucking AI bot that you've configured that plays the game for you, because it's not something that is a cerebral process that you get, you know, a high enjoyment out of. It's something that you talk to your friends on Discord and do. And this is what I mean, is that when people do these things, I am going to be a very, I'm liberal when, you know, if you want to do things that are cool, then do things that are cool, but do actual things that are actually cool, that you actually maximize your enjoyment and your time out of. Don't do these whack camel grinding bullshit that has no end. Oh, you're gonna get dark matter camel just so that you don't play the game again, and maybe you only play it occasionally when a new map comes out. Oh, fucking congrats, you've spent your time effectively. And then that's how we get a society that is super, you know, uneducated, you know, has super, you know, problems with, you know, people increasingly becoming sedentary and then getting cardiovascular diseases because they're not doing enough exercise, and therefore there's pressure put on healthcare. Why the fuck do you think these societies exist? It's because for some reason we've just, yeah, we're camel grinding. Yes, that's something that's, you know, super cerebral, and people feel like actually okay with doing this. No, you should be bullied and shamed for even attempting to camel grind. And that was a harsh critic of Yezi doing shiny hunting for the same thing. But shiny hunting is you pulling up an emulator. He plays an emulator, and then just what do you call it? You're just doing the same action over and over and over again until the Pokemon that comes out is shiny. Are you fucking serious? Some of it can be cerebral.
Yeah.
But after for some of the Pokemon, it's not just cerebral. It's just you walking up, especially if you want a starter or something. It's just you walking up to the playing the first few, you know, minutes of the game, and then picking your Pokemon. And if you don't get it, then okay, that's cool. You just reset and then do that all again. That's dumb.
I mean, he's got two open at the same time, and just like
Right.
2x speed. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if he uses speed up, but I'm just thinking, isn't that just bullshit? I'm just thinking that's just bullshit. That's not you using your brain in a very cerebral way to, you know, do something. If it could be optimized in a, you know, in a sort of like infinitely scaling loop like zombies is, where, you know, even at this point, you know, it still can be optimized further. That's cool, because because if you want to compete on that plane, then, you know, you just, you know, get better at the game. But shiny hunting is just pure luck. For the most part, depending on what you're doing, there is some optimization too. I'm not going to take away from that, but a lot of it isn't. Especially for a lot of the cool shinies, like starter Pokemon and legendary Pokemon, there just isn't a way to optimize it farther than just you looking up the best. You don't even look up a strategy. It's like a very something intuitively. You just save right in front of the Pokemon and then you just interact with it. There is no optimizing that better than it is now. Maybe removing the lag from the game somehow. You know, you just can't optimize further than that. It's not something that's cerebral. It's just something that you turn your brain off and you talk to people on Discord. And then it's just, why can I be spending my time doing something better? Something that is a little bit more cerebral. You know, it just seems really stupid to me. For a fucking different color of a Pokemon. Now, I'm not going to reduce it, because that is being really reductionist. Like, yeah, some of these designs are really cool, but it's not like you fucking use them. You fucking serious? You just put them in the box and then just say, oh yeah, I got this shiny. You post it on, you know, whatever social media website on your YouTube channel, and that's it. Yeah, I'm a super harsh critique of that, because I think we should all be like fucking scholars and philosophers and becoming, you know, we have the internet at our fingertips, and we can find out so much information, and we can also find so many novel ways to enjoy ourselves and to, you know, and have fun, have fun with different things. Don't do the boring things. You know, people climb Mount Everest, you know, or other harder to climb mountains. That's sick.
I heard you were talking about Dr. K earlier.
Right.
I remember him talking about a story. I don't remember which mountain it was, but like, yeah, he did that, and he got like a leg injury during it, right? I don't know if you heard him talk about that, but
I don't
that's like
know.
still with him to this day. Like it's
Right.
still affecting him.
Um. Yeah, I think cerebral. I like thinking. I think thinking is a really good thing. I think you should be comfortable with thinking. I don't know if you've seen this really weird thing. I don't even know. I thought people were joking by this, but I say joke it as in the Yezi type of joke that they're absolutely not being serious by what they say. But then I thought that actually that was a really stupid interpretation. It just left me aghast. I just couldn't even believe people would think like this. It was that people are worried about their own thoughts. They actually try to not think. I'm just thinking to myself. I don't know if you have that, but to me that is completely alien to me. I love to be in my own thoughts. I love thinking to myself. I have a very rich mind in terms of, what I think about and what I do, and what sort of objectives I want to achieve. That's all going on in my head and all thinking at the same. I'm all thinking that all at the same time of doing all my daily chores and activities. I don't know how you could get to the point where you're actually scared to think, that you have voices in your head that you're afraid of and that you feel embarrassed about and that you feel ashamed, and you feel insecure. That seems really whack. I don't know if you know that or have personal experience with that, but to me that seems really
I have
alien.
a lot to say about it, but it's like something I don't know if I want to talk about because it's like super personal. But
Oh, okay.
um, I, I I mean, I could just say like I actually have OCD. I don't know if I've talked about this before.
Oh, okay.
So that is actually something I struggle a lot with.
How does
As
that
of I mean, this
manifest?
is
Because I
more
don't
like a
really
recent thing.
understand what OCD is.
Oh man, it's a lot to go into, but it's something that's more affected me the past like I say like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it wasn't really that big of a problem. It was more like and like so there's a lot of different like parts of OCD, and it's obviously different for everybody. But I don't know if you know like about like checking or whatever. Like
No.
one thing that comes with OCD is um, or I'll say like rituals. So you have to do like things a certain way, or like you'll be. So I had this one thing where it's like if I explain this. Or I'll just say one example that could apply to anybody. Like I guess one you could have is like if you step on like a crack on the sidewalk, like your mom's gonna die or something. Like it's something that actually
Oh,
like
I
people
know
genuinely
that.
believe. Right. So like stuff like that, and that's like one part of it. But
It's funny because there are a lot of thoughts in my head that I do that I didn't know that was actually like a common experience. Like, oh, I'm gonna die if I don't switch off the light, or step on this crack, or like do things in a really weird way. No, that's actually
yeah,
things I've thought about. Yeah.
and when you have like OCD, like that stuff affects you way more than the normal person. So like it's like
Mm-hmm.
super time consuming. And yeah, I don't know. It's there's a lot more to it than that, but I just gave like the most basic example, I guess. But when it gets bad, like it's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when it's more like a thought-based thing, I guess.
Thought-based opinion.
Yeah, form-based opinion.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, if you want to read about it more, I can like send you an article or something. It's like kind of
Yeah.
hard for me to talk about it.
Right. Yeah. I do not suffer from OCD that I know of. So not yeah. I don't
I only found
understand
out
it.
I had this like back in June actually, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, wow, I've been dealing with that for a while and didn't even realize that's what it was.
You get diagnosed?
And I mean, I did see a therapist, but I don't think I mean, I pretty much got diagnosed, yeah.
Right, okay. A therapist. But going back to what I was originally saying, I do like I think cerebral tasks are good. I think people should be thinking about the things that they're doing and the actions that they're doing. And I think that's a good habit to practice about thinking about different things because I can't imagine, my brother EXE going to a casino and not thinking, hey, what are the odds on this machine? Should I be putting my money into this? What are my chances of winning? And thinking about all those things. Maybe he did think about all those things. But for me, I'm thinking a thinking person, somebody that is very conscious, and there's levels to consciousness in terms of you can do when you build up a muscle memory is really good because it gets rid of the mental stack. When you're concentrating on doing something, especially when it's something new, you have to concentrate on it because you haven't built the muscle memory. You have a mental stack that just simply makes it so you cannot be as good at the game, no matter how hard you try. You can't think yourself to be good at the game. You have to actually build that muscle memory to be able to become this ultra instinct god at the game. Without muscle memory, you can never be good. Building the correct muscle memory in order to be good, and so you can think about other things, because let's say when you wash dishes, I'm sure you can mechanically do it unconsciously. It's like, oh, all these dishes just disappeared. I completely just lapsed consciousness. I wasn't even thinking about this. I'm sure this has happened to you, like when you're walking or something. But a little kid trying to walk for the first time, a toddler, well, yeah, it's really tough for a toddler to walk because they're putting all their mental stress and energy into it, unlike somebody that does it so often that it's just an unconscious activity to them. Same thing with, I don't know if you've ever had your parents accidentally start going to work on a weekend, because that's happened to me when I was a kid. Yeah, I've seen multiple people do that before, where they're going because they're so used to doing a general task every day, they're not even conscious. They've actually lost consciousness. They're just a very intelligent machine that is not self-aware of anything that's going on. And
yeah, that's never happened to me, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've definitely done things where it's like, whoa, what the fuck? I completely forgot. Actually, that's actually a very easy way to forget doing certain tasks. Like, let's say you say you're gonna do something, but because you're doing something that you're doing something that you've already got habits for, you've built the muscle memory for. It's very easy to go through that action with just forgetting what you're meant to do because you're just so unconscious when you're doing that certain thing that you're not really thinking. And so I definitely think that we should become thinking people, in terms of we should definitely be deliberately thinking about all these different things that are going on. You shouldn't be going to a casino, throwing your money into a machine without thinking, hey, hello, what are the odds for this? Or another example, if I read something on the internet, is this true? How do I know it's true? Maybe it was just an algorithm showing me something that, I might have a higher propensity to agree with because I'm following people that also share that opinion, because I follow people that are like me and that enjoy the same things that I do. Maybe there's a different opinion on this that I could have. Maybe there's like a different viewpoint or something, or maybe they're just telling me something that's not true, because how do I know they're an honest actor? A lot of people can be dishonest even without wanting to do so, based on, or not even dishonest, but like they can give you false information because they also haven't researched properly what they're talking about. So all these things you have to think about, and I think a lot of people just aren't thinking, because you have people repeat really dumb, stupid things that they've seen on the internet and then go, oh yeah, actually I am smarter than you and you are the sheep. And I'm just thinking you're not thinking on the same plane as someone that is being very skeptical of what they see on the internet. And I told you about that one thing. I told you and Galactic about that one thing where it's very easy to be skeptical about information that you don't agree with, but you also need to turn that on for information that you do agree with. Because there's an intuition that people have, because if it's something that you agree with, if you see something that you agree with, in your head you're thinking, oh yeah, that's true because I already agree with that. So if something affirms what you believe already, it's harder, you're just not intuitively trained to go, is that wrong? Is that true? Versus something that is antagonistic to what you think is true, you're immediately like, oh, that doesn't seem like true. I don't really believe that. You're way more skeptical of it, and that's something that a lot of people don't have. That you have to be trained to turn on. Hey, is this true? Even if it agrees with me, even if I like everything that this piece of information is saying, you do need to be very skeptical of it. And I think people will be less prone to just believing in really crazy things if they took their time and diligence to train themselves to think about a lot of different things. And that's why I do value the cerebral, why I really look down on actions that don't require a lot of thought, because why? It's just bad. It's just fucking whack. I don't know how you feel about that.
One second, hold on.
If I'm gonna hold on, then I'm gonna go and drink. BRB.
All right.
All right.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I was gonna say though,
Mm.
about what you're talking about, you were talking about, things should be more cerebral, like things you participate in or do.
Yep.
And yeah, I do agree, but I think I don't think it has to be actually. As long because if you're playing a game that's super mechanically demanding, you're not thinking about it. Like when I'm playing Counter-Strike, there's like different levels. So there's like the mechanical aspects, and that's not something you're thinking about, right? So if you're playing a game that is just like mechanical based, and you're getting into I guess like the flow state, and you're just you're turning your brain off, but it's like you're super engaged in like the mechanics. I think that's
You
like
have to
pretty
get you
cool.
have to
But
think about the game to get to that level in terms of when you train the mechanics.
right,
It's not something that comes naturally. Like any movement based game, you see a good player play, they're probably not putting anywhere near the mental effort into creating those movements that the layman would need to
yeah, and
in order to reproduce the same movement. So you'd have to train that, and that takes that
right,
takes
yeah.
you
So
being
you're saying
cerebral.
blocking, yeah. You're right, yeah. No, so you're right. If you're playing something that has that doesn't isn't like cerebral, even at like the highest level, um, or like mechanically involved, like it. You guys be doing what's it called? Like you were
Shiny
talking about,
hunting,
like
yeah.
doing shiny hunting. It's like that doesn't really take either of those levels. Um, yeah, I think that's like pretty lame. But yeah, I was gonna say I think that's why Counter Strike is so hard, because you have to get so good at the mechanics, and then on top of that, you have to be cerebral at the same time and think about like you have to be really quick with processing information, like what's going on in
Mm-hmm.
the round. It's a really hard game.
Yep.
The highest level.
And that's why those games are cool, not the skins. Yes, I'm getting my gambling loot box skins. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
If it was like blackjack, maybe a little bit different, where you're actually beating the odds in some sort of tactical gamble to get what you want. But it's not that, as far as I know. Doesn't seem like it's that. So it's
I mean,
a
it is
virtual
because
game.
he's got two games open at the
So,
same
oh
time.
yeah.
He's doubling his odds.
Well, it's not doubling his odds.
He's actually just getting there faster, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah,
technically.
it's just speeding up the process. Yes, if I open two CS:GO window or CS2 windows, I'm actually gonna double my odds to get the skin. Don't think that's how it works. You're just getting it twice as fast while spending double the money.
Yeah. Well, my thought process with that is like he's not spending double the time.
Yeah, he's spending 2 times less the time.
But yeah, no.
There's also RNG manipulation you can do, if you're wondering.
Really?
Yeah, on some of the games. It gets more complicated depending on what game it is, but in Gen 3, it's, as far as I know, it would seem like it'd be very easy to manipulate in theory, because I think I'm pretty sure because of the way the internal battery works, and the way GBA RNG works, I think when you start the game, it starts on the same frame. That RNG, like from frame 1, I'm pretty sure it advances every frame or something. So from frame 1, it starts on the same RNG value, like the same seed or whatever, on the Gen 3 games. And so you can very, very easily manipulate it. That's in theory, by the way. Also, I just saw something really fucking cool. I had this like massive internal debate in my head. It's not really a debate, but just a run in my head a while ago. About, you know how in some games the camera gets really bad? This was like specifically with Souls games, where it's a game I take seriously. So when the camera is really bad, I get really frustrated. And I know that there are ways to improve the camera. And I just saw the sickest thing in this Baldur's Gate 3 game. I think it won Game of the Year last year. Where basically one of the reasons why the camera is really bad in 3D based games is because the cliffs, like if you get your back to a cliff, the cliff will be in your face. It will either be in your face or it will move the camera so it's ahead of the cliff, but it's going to be really, what do you call it, really close to you, because whatever boss is, like if the boss is on you, like a really big body type of boss, your camera is just going to be in the corner and you're not going to be able to see anything, and it's really fucking frustrating. And I just saw Baldur's Gate 3 just did exactly what I think is good practice in a game, but I've never actually seen it in a 3D based game where you control your own camera. I've never actually seen it. It was just a concept I thought up of in order to make the camera better by basically making elements of the terrain disappear so the camera doesn't get fucked up. Hold on.
Yeah, I can kind of guess what you mean based on that.
Yeah, I'm just clipping it right now. Let me just posted it in general. That is so sick, that game, because I'm very cynical. I'm thinking, yeah, you know, I'm the one that has all the best ideas, and I've seen it in Tekken. Tekken has had it for really like decades at this point, where the camera disappears, but it's very easy to do in Tekken, and it's not a because you don't control the camera, so there are very set points where the camera where you can make it so the terrain disappears so you can see clearly. But to see it done in a game that has its own movable camera is that's cool. I'm glad the technology exists, because I'm thinking this definitely should be a thing. I'm sure this can definitely be a thing. It's cool. It's really cool. I can't believe that isn't a very standard thing to happen in games, especially in fucking Dark Souls. Come on. Oh, that's actually one game company that doesn't do any microtransactions. They just put a DLC out. You pay the money and that's it. And it's like a full. It's just like more game. That's it. They don't do any skins or anything. You just pay for the game and that's it. You have everything, which is how it should be.
Yeah. Wait. So what do you think about DLCs then? Because you said you had to pay for it, Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, yeah. You just have to pay. Like the DLC isn't skins; it's just more content, like more of the base game
Right.
content. Not any, it's like a map pack basically. It's just, which is,
I always say DLCs, to be honest, and you had to pay for them.
yeah.
I kind of wish you just got it free. You already bought the game.
Depends what game it is. I don't mind paying for FromSoft that you put the labor into making this game. Yeah, I will pay you. But what I don't like is when for Call of Duty, they should at least make it free after a while, because I don't like the fact that some people don't have access to it after. It really fucks up the map rotations post the game becoming dead. Not dead, but not the
Yeah.
main game. It was like sometimes the DLC map that you never see the DLC maps because all the people are playing it only on the base game. It splits up the player base too much, and because there's fewer players playing, well, you can already see how that would cause problems where a small player base is being fractured between two different DLC maps and
Yeah.
non-DLC maps.
Yeah. I mean, if you go in like a public lobby, you're not finding any maps besides like Kino and 5 most of the time.
Mm.
It's just not gonna happen.
So
And like, I feel like they should have been cheaper anyway. It's like $15 is a bit ridiculous for 4 multiplayer maps and a zombies map. I mean, if you add all 4 of them up, right, it's like the same price as the base game, I think.
yeah, yeah, no, I'm
I think
fine
that's
with
kind
that.
of. I think it should have been like $5 at least, or most. I mean,
Okay, that seems a little cheap. 5?
I mean, it's one zombies map, you know,
And
and then like
4
4
multiplayer
multiplayer
maps.
maps. Like that's all you're getting.
Yeah.
That's all you're
That's-
getting. It's not even
that's-
like really.
$5 is nothing. Like maybe a few chocolate bars. It's like
I mean, you can say the
nothing.
same for $15. You can say the same
Well,
for
and that
15.
who's buying
It just
$15 worth of chocolate bars from a shop? I think that's not typical. But I could say $5. Yeah, I could see that in one purchase. You just buying like chocolate and maybe a drink or something. I can pay for especially if it's a multiplayer game. I could definitely see myself purchasing that without feeling too bad. What I would feel bad about is if
yeah, but it's 4 DLCs though.
Yeah, you
Right,
don't have to pay
like,
for all of them. You just pay the ones that you like.
how do you know if you like it if you don't play it? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, how do you know that the new Cold War game is bad or whatever if you haven't played it, huh?
I mean, to be fair, it's like BL1. If you're back then, and like a new zombies map comes out, it kind of sucks when you're missing the launch. You know what I mean? Like for this game, like
If you got
you
FOMO, then
can look
that's
at the
on
map.
you.
You don't. Well, yeah, but okay for that, and then there's like the map itself. It's like I know I'm not gonna like BO6 if I played it. Like it's just
You can
there's
just
just
look at
no
the
way. I'm
game.
looking at the game, I'm seeing everything. But for like the map, and like for like a map pack in BO1, it's like
Really,
that's a
you
little bit
can't
different.
see Shangri-La? You can't see Shangri-La and see like, oh, I really like the high round strat, so let me purchase the DLC. Really?
Okay, but no, back then, like, there's no high round strat. You know, there's like that's like
Well, if
maybe if you're talking about now, then yeah, like I
I
can
mean,
see
you
like
could look at
okay,
you
yeah,
could
it's
look at the
different.
map now. No,
Okay, if you're talking about looking at the map now, that's different. I'm thinking
I
more
mean like now it's
back
in
when it
like
comes out.
when it comes out. Yeah, you can just see people play the map.
Yeah, and you're like, okay, it like looks good, but you might buy it and not like it. Like it
Well,
looks,
yeah,
it's a
that's on
beautiful looking
you.
map, and then it's vice versa. It's like
Then you had a bad judgment.
you see Moon, and you're like, oh, this looks dog shit, and you actually would have like liked it, like playing it,
Actually, I would
because
never have. And you have to make that judgment. That's with anything.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. But I don't know. I just think $15 for 4 DLTs. That's the same as the base game. The base game is giving you way more.
No, it isn't. You're getting way more zombie maps with the DLC.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but I'm just thinking like overall, like the campaign, like the production time and making the game, it's like way more. Just maps are
Yeah, I
not
think
nearly
you're
as hard
right.
to
I
make
think you're
as
right on that. Maybe 10. Maybe 10 because if you it shouldn't
I think like
cost.
8, like 7.99, like that's fine.
I think
I think like
9.99 is
$5 to
good.
$8. Especially now, it should. Yeah, you're right. You're right about it saying it should be free now. Like it's just
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I can't
14 years old
justify.
game.
Yeah, and it's still the same price. That's unjustifiable. That is unconscionable. Unconscionable. You've made up your money for the game. You're paying like one dev that can't even do his job right. Come on. This is it's not serious. Can't believe it. Still the same price. What the fuck? BL1, man. Still the same price. Still scavenging. The fact that oh yeah, you can't even load up the game by the way. Because if you do, you can get you might even be able to get hacked. If
You
you load
said you
BL1.
said what? What game?
If you
Really?
load up BL, yeah, if you load up BL1, when you go on, I think when you go on zombies, because it connects you to the servers, because it has that check. Yeah, you can get hacked. Not good. So
Wait, when did
yeah,
that become a thing? I thought that was
well,
just
it's been a
BO3,
thing for a long
BO2.
time for all the games.
I remember
There's
hearing
a
about
there's
it
a
for
there's
BO3,
a
but
It's for all the games that you connect online. Some of them they just recommend. Actually, for most of them, they just recommend you just don't go online.
So you play on Steam offline mode?
Steam offline or
Is that what you're saying?
just Steam offline or B gamer if you want me. There is a video that did all the cards and showed you all the
Yeah.
vulnerabilities and all the things that have happened. Or can happen and have happened. Yeah, it's really. I didn't know they were that insecure. I was actually I actually had my. I'm just thinking like, oh my.
Jesus.
Yeah, like all this time I've been vulnerable. I hope that when I was playing the game, it wasn't. No one was snooping around anything. I just didn't get a rat or something.
Yeah. So you think I should be playing B gamer then?
Oh yeah, for sure.
No one. Damn. Already having. It's not really that bit much of a hassle. Just load it up. I already have it and everything, but that kind of sucks. I'd have to move. I'd have to move the Japanese files to that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Man, I don't know why every time I talk to you, it makes me want to play Reese, and then I load up and then don't get a setup for like 30 minutes. I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Already bored. I don't know why that always happens.
Wait, let me read what EXE sent me. I didn't read the paragraph.
Oh, the Evangelion one.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
curious. Oh, before you do that, I just wanted to say another layer about the EXE thing, like me blocking him.
Mm.
I kind of fucked up again because I thought he blocked me. It was like what happened with Yezi. I blocked him at first because he was sending me messages like the whole morning. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm done. So I blocked him. I'm like, I'm gonna send like a long reply to him. I typed up a whole paragraph in my phone notes, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna send this to him. And I went and sent it to him, and it said like, you don't share a server. I'm like, oh, okay, he blocked me, but I forgot. Like, I think he just has that setting on the same way as you did. And I just realized that. I was like, oh fuck. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I hate that shit. But I wish Discord just said like, yeah, they blocked you instead of like this. They don't share a server bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But anyway, what do you say?
Okay, yeah, let me read this. Just saw some really cool art actually. I beg you watch Evangelion. Someone close to me finished it recently, and I'm guessing it reminded me how much I love Shinji. Shinji as a character, I related to him when I watched the show 3 years ago, but I really feel some of the things he expresses in the show. It's completely centered around Hideaki Anno self-inserted himself as Shinji, and Shinji as a character has so much self-hatred. I need to watch this show again so I can see how much I can relate to him. I'd love to compile all my emotions into a novel or something. I understand you aren't interested in watching anime right now, but please do if you ever feel like it. And then he links me a video, Desire Not to Exist.
Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely watch it if he wants me to watch it, and he has a lot
I
of
didn't like
thoughts on it.
Evangelion at all. I thought Shinji, the main character, was trash. I
Nice.
mean, I always thought he was like a really big pussy, and I don't know, he's just not. I didn't care for him. I didn't care for any of the characters. It's kind of just like this thing where people like the waifus in it. That's how I always saw it. I mean, it's kind of like the OG anime where that was like the main talking point. And there's only one female in the show that's even worth talking about because all the other ones are underage. So it's Misato.
They're all underage. That's really funny because I always see people cosplaying and doing art. I had no idea they were underage.
Ray is like, well, I mean, Ray's not even human, technically, of course.
Oh, okay.
She's like, that's whatever. But Asuka's like 14, and she's like the main one people love. So
Oh, what the fuck?
I always liked Misato. Misato was the first like anime girl I really liked, but I mean, not really for any reason. I just thought she was
Ray's not
hot.
even human? What's that about?
It's like Lorio to watch the anime, I guess.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't know. It's not like it's not. I didn't think it was like bad or anything. It was just I was kind of mid, and the ending is super whack. That was like one of the worst endings in anime I'd seen up to that point, which was not many. I'd probably seen like 15 at the time. I'd watched that, but I mean, in hindsight, it's still like really bad. I actually think the movie is better than the series because it actually ends it off properly. So yeah, keep that in mind if you do watch it. I think the last like 2 or 3 episodes aren't really. I don't want to say they're not canon, but the actual ending, in my opinion, is the movie.
Okay.
It's like 2 different endings. So
I just remember seeing this meme all the time. I think it might be the ending of the show, but I don't know. Where it's where it's like I think they're on an endless plane of water, and everyone is just clapping.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's hilarious. It's a really funny scene. I mean, for someone like EXE who uh really likes overanalyzing stuff, I guess like yeah, the ending's gonna be good for someone like him, but I don't know. I didn't fuck with it.
That just reminded me of your message about whatever genre
The
of music he
breakcore.
listens to. Yeah, it's just a bunch of sounds that you've overanalyzed or whatever. Something along the lines of that. It's really funny.
Yeah.
But the funniest part was definitely the pedos and rapists.
It's funny because it's true. Like
I didn't know they were rapists. Jesus. Pedos I can get behind, possibly pedophilic with lollycore and lolly screaming. Okay, that seems a little bit strange. The fact that you guys are just cool with that, but find it really is she rapist? Come on.
wait, did I really say that though? I remember. Let me look at this. Let me find this message. What I said. Dude, I totally forgot about this Secker guy. Wonder what happened with him.
It's not real.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to like come out of the closet and be like, "Yeah, I was Secker all along." I mean, I'm like 60% sure it's your Crocs, but
I don't
yeah,
know if
no.
you've
I
ever
mean, EXE
go on.
EXE was showing me videos about like break course history, and yeah, I mean, like all that stuff is true. Like,
Are they raping each other? That's nice.
but what were you gonna say?
No, I was going to change the subject. I don't know if you've ever seen this. It's fairly common where it's a gamer that will show their girlfriend get their girlfriends to play different games, and they're not from a gamer background, so they come from a very different philosophy in terms of how they see different things, right? And I was thinking, what would you prefer, right? If you found a significant other that played games already, or somebody that didn't play games so you could show them the games that you play and enjoy. What would you prefer?
Wait, ask that again. What I rather what?
Would you rather have
What
your
was the part?
partner come from a gaming background where they do play games and have played games before, or somebody that has never really played a game in any considerable capacity, so they're pretty new to any, like, it would be like their first time playing CS, Minecraft, or anything major because they're just not from that background?
Honestly, I really have no preference. I don't care either way. There's other things I care about way more than that, but that's kind of a stupid way to answer the question. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'd pick someone who's played games before because
Right.
yeah, it's just more interesting.
Because they already
It's gonna be
have
more interesting. I feel like
they already have a understanding of all the different things. They already have a basis.
yeah,
I don't. I
more
know a
things to
lot
talk
of people.
about.
I know a lot of. I find it strange because I know a lot of people are interested in that, where it's like, oh, I'm showing someone my interest, and um, you're basically like a dictator. I'm saying it in a way more negative light. But it is kind of true that you're a dictator in terms of you're the one passageway they do have to whatever hobby you're showing them, in this case video games, and so you can
Right.
make them play the game in the way that you want them to play it in, and you can very specifically lead them down a very specific point and tell them very specific opinions that leads them to having very similar views as you do. And I see that a lot of the time it
Right.
ends up like that. There are people that have like a very incredible self-restraint in terms of when they discuss something, especially actually with some of the channels that I've seen where they are pretty hands up in terms of like, oh, this is how you enjoyed the game, and they're very much like they've not even said anything. They just kept their mouth shut and then just let them develop their own taste and preferences. Independent from somebody that has very strong opinions. Because if you're showing somebody a game, it's probably likely that you have very strong opinions on very very minute mechanics, and where the series has gone and all these other different aspects of the game. And so it's good if you have a very unopinionated opinion. It's like, let's say if EXE was showing me breakcore, would he, if I just clicked on a random breakcore artist, would he go, oh no, that person is shit, I don't like their music? Would he say that, or would you go, oh yeah, listen to that, what you think, tell me what you think of that? Like, he's definitely saying the first thing. And I'm very suspicious about the people that want the second type of relationship of somebody that has no experience with the game, because I feel like they just want to indoctrinate someone into having the same views as them, and then show them and have
I feel
fun.
like that's kind of a stretch, though. But I mean, you're kind of right to an extent.
Totally,
sure.
I feel like that's what they want to do. They like the process of showing someone something they like from their perspective. It's like a one-way discussion, kind of, because the other person has no opinions on it. They're a blank slate, so they're not giving you any sort of serious pushback most of the time. They're like, oh yeah, especially if it's like your significant other, they're not gonna making you feel bad about it. They're not me. For me, it's just like, oh, you're showing me makeup, I think we should burn this to the ground, like Mongolian savages. I want to become a horse archer instead. I do feel like there is a lot of you just want you want to experience something with someone, and if I'm gonna stillman it in like the best way possible, it's you want to experience something with someone, and so you show them something to experience them, show what you really like and experience it with them. But to add a more sinister twist to it, I think a lot of it is you want. Why would someone would prefer this? If somebody would prefer somebody have a blank slate and specifically enjoy these dynamics, is because they want to talk to someone. If somebody's a blank slate to something, you can sort of say, you can make someone experience something in a way where you would want to experience. You can create a very specific experience for them, and you can say whatever you want with impunity, because you don't have the fear of being judged. Let's say if we all watched something like Kaiji, and then someone wants to say something about Kaiji that may not go with the current opinions, it's going to be harder for them if you don't have a very, rigorous soul that will, is very, happy to argue something out. If you don't have that, then it's going to be very uncomfortable. And that's why you may prefer someone that doesn't have that strong, spirit built up, because they've never experienced whatever the fuck you're showing them. And so they will be, it's sort of like religion in the sense that if you teach somebody religion when they're younger, they're way more susceptible to it because they have no background on, how the world is made and all these different things. So it's like, oh yeah, Jesus walking on fucking water and, doing all these crazy things. Well, there's a magical God that's just doing, he just made us. I don't even know if it's a he, but he made us the way we are right now, and evolution isn't real. It's very easy to indoctrinate somebody like that into opinions you want them to hold. And I do think it has that sinister element a lot of the times. I don't think it's necessarily inherent, but it's like it's something that I see in terms of and it doesn't even have to be as sinister. I don't think it's sinister to have someone to experience something in someone and show them your perspective on something when you're showing them something. Like if I'm showing someone Elden Ring and I tell them everything that I think is cool, it's like, oh, don't play Dark Souls, so it's not worth you playing it. I don't think there's necessarily something super wrong with that, but I would like someone to. But I do think it's better if someone is like, oh, just play these games and just tell me how you feel, because. And why I don't think the second option, which is not telling anything about, you just tell them to play the game, but you're not necessarily telling them your thoughts and opinions about all these different things and all these different experiences that you've had also playing the game and all the thoughts of you've had. Because I think the exercise of showing something to someone is to tell them your opinion on something, right? That is one of the hallmarks of experiencing something with someone is, oh hey, yeah, this is what I thought about it, blah 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 blah. But I think people are really hasty with it, that they sort of in a way indoctrinate the other people to believe in what they believe. It's like, oh, it's like, oh, I remember when I did this and I fucking hated this area or anything like that. It's like they just want to discuss something with you, but it has the side effect of also getting them to have similar opinions as you do, because you're sort of holding, is someone of, because this is a significant other, it's somebody that you trust and they're guiding you through their game. Like, yeah, you're going to pick up on a lot of their opinions. I think that's how a lot of the time it turns out.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see that. I think you're actually right. But like the question is like, how much of a bad thing really is that in terms of, you're talking about religion, like obviously then it's like, okay, that's like your worldview. That's how you see everything.
Yes.
But
and it's incorrect. So
how you see
pretty bad.
Video games, I mean, it's the way you're seeing like one video game, and I guess if they're like brand new, yeah, it's gonna be kind of their view on all video games. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's.
I don't think it's terrible at all, because
I'm trying to think of how bad of a thing that is. Yeah.
I don't think it's a terrible thing in terms of, unlike religion, it's not making truth claims about the world and how the world exists, and based on those truth claims, what moral decisions you should take in your life. Because if you're making moral decisions based on incorrect assumptions about the world, well, that's fucking terrible. If you're now persecuting gay people on, a god that doesn't exist. Fucking terrible. The poor gay people just being persecuted by something that doesn't exist. But when we get to the point of video games, where it's just like your viewpoint on a video game, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But I definitely think in terms of, there's something I really value a lot, and it comes with varied opinions. And when you bring someone into something, I think there's something very beautiful in terms of, if you let them formulate their opinion independent of any sort of, strong criticism, and so they can build up a strong foundation of what they believe and how they believe, and ask them good questions so you can build this out instead of inserting your opinion and just want to vent about your favorite video games and why you don't like Thomas the Cube or whatever the fuck it's called, Benjamin the Cube, whatever the fuck it's called in Fortnite, Kevin the Cube, yeah. If you just ask really good questions so they build up a really good foundation, you can actually end up with a very distinct, unique opinion instead of being very hasty and impulsive and just wanting to talk about what you want to talk about and vent about all the things that you want to vent about. I think you can get a very interesting conversational partner, and that's why I really regret the way I acted before in the years before, because I would be very hasty to talk about my own opinions, because it's sort of like a very self-serving thing. It's like, it's my opinion and I want to talk about my opinion and I want to clash with you, and then oh wow, there's a crazy homogeneity, because now EXE is modifying his scores to fit what we put, the more opinionated among us, what we put as as our opinions and as our scores. If you do scores, yeah, that fucking sucks. It turns into an echo chamber environment that I think is really whack. And I think, yeah, you should be very comfortable with having people developing their own opinions on things, and letting them build a solid enough foundation before you start introducing your opinions, because therefore you can get somebody that is quite different from you and has very different perspectives. Now, obviously, that's not going to be the case with everyone, because if you're someone like me that already has very strong, like I have a very strong opinion on a lot of different things, and I know a lot of people are not like me, I just have to accept that fact that, I made the assumption that people would be like me. They're going to be like warriors. They're going to be fighting about their different opinions. They're going to hold steadfast to whatever opinions they have instead of bound down to any sort of social pressure to change their opinion. I think it creates a more diverse, interesting environment. And as I said, I think I've had this conversation before, but when you go to a different country and you start experiencing something from your worldview, that and it's probably going to be strong. It's going to be a strong worldview. Once you start experiencing other parts of different other cultures that exist on this planet, you're going to have strong opinions on let's say, oh, that's really weird that they have this, and oh, that's really cool that they have this. And that's really cool because you've developed a strong opinion. Like you have like a strong spirit when you're entering a different culture, right? And so you're able to analyze it without someone just saying, no, this is just the way we do a thing. That's just our culture. You can't critique it. You're probably gonna like, fuck no. Like, I don't think you should be fucking having kids turn 14 and then swallowing their father's cum as a manhood ritual. I think that's really weird and strange and probably not healthy. Or maybe it needs closer analysis. Is it right? Why would this be wrong? Let's analyze it. maybe it isn't wrong, or maybe it's super fucked up and now all these kids are psychologically scarred because they swallowed their father's cum. I don't fucking know. But that requires analysis, and there is friction. An outsider coming into something will be able to provide interesting critiques on different opinions that you just took for granted. And I think that's really healthy and really cool. And so I think you need to let somebody build up their own impressions of things, and then introduce your own opinion, because they've already built something up. They've already got a foundation they're working from. So they're going to feel they're going to feel more comfortable defending their own point of view, I think, because it's going to be something that they've developed instead of something that you've constantly poked and prodded with your own opinions. And so it becomes an amalgamation of slightly their own opinion, where a lot of it is from your perspective, because really it's sort of like putting a filter on something. Like you said with the color changes in Fortnite, like it's a big deal. Well, it's a big deal in terms of like you can come from a completely different, you come away with a completely different impression just by colors being different on a fucking screen. Just really small things like that. Somebody telling you their opinion may completely change your perspective on something, because they're guiding you down a very particular path on a way to think the game, and you're going to trust that person because they've already experienced the game, and you're subconsciously going to be thinking that's a person of authority on this game because they've played this game before, and also they're your significant other, so you probably trust them a lot. And so yeah, I think in terms of conversations about things that are not as important as, I guess in the context of religion, it's not as important, but in terms of having fruitful conversations about media, which we do consume a lot of, I think it's fairly important to not be so hasty to impart your own opinions on something onto someone. Fucking view bot. Link in my chat. Best viewers. Can't believe that's still a thing. That's insane. Yeah, I want best viewers. I doubt anyone is watching my post that closely, but honestly, I don't care. None of y'all. I really just don't. It's Twitter that made me stop reading tweets with y'all in it because they universally all had just dog shit takes. Just say you. None of you should feel. I know what you is. I know it's a homophone, but it doesn't matter. It's very intuitive that it's plural in that context. And none of you should. Oh, you're talking about me personally? Oh, really? The tweet is talking to me? Wow. So come on. None of you should feel so strongly about a game that y'all want to punch the developers. Yeah, probably true. I don't think you should feel as strongly as you wanting to punch developers. I think you should feel even stronger that you want to, put them in an electric trap or the Reese furnace. I think you should feel that strongly. Like, yeah, I would probably want to throw Jason Blundell in the Varug electric trap. Throw him in there. Every time on Discord for long periods of time, my throat just dies. Oh, wait, hold on. Just found a post that triggered me. Going through more Dark Souls 2 for future lore and theory crafting videos, and it occurred to me that so many of you are sleeping on this game. Play Dark Souls 2. It's got 10 comments already. It's not good. Dark Souls 2 is the most tactical game out of the series and requires the most thought, even compared to Demons, naturally the least popular. Requires it's the most tactical game, yes. Requires the most thought.
About to join on my PC. Hold on.
Right.
But yeah, this is like totally off topic. But yeah, we've been playing Among Us again recently.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had a 10-hour play session last
my.
week. Yeah, played for 10 hours straight. We only had 2 play sessions, but yeah. It's like really fun playing that game again, to be honest. Would you want to play it if we like get ready to invite you or something?
Yeah, if you invite me, I might.
The only problem is I don't know if Yaka would want to play with you, so that's why they didn't want to invite you last time. I think it's because of Yaka, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that like he really wouldn't. I think I asked him. I don't remember what he said. I think he's like like it's fine if he does, but yeah, I don't know.
Guys,
they were kind of being weird about it. But I definitely want to play with you, so even if they don't give a fuck. Like I'm gonna see if I can go lobby with other people.
Right, yeah. I need to summon Extreme back in.
Yeah, there's this one guy that's so annoying to play with. In
Who?
there, his name's Walk, and he just like he'll be fine for a few hours, like he's chill, and then once we hit like 3 hours, he just starts complaining. Like he's like, oh my god, this game's so boring. We need to play Death Note, and it's like me and Frenzy don't. I don't have Death Note. Frenzy doesn't like the game as
Mm-hmm.
much as Among Us, at least. Like, he doesn't really even want to play the game anymore. So yeah, like this Watt guy just starts complaining like mid round. He just like complains. He's like, "Oh my god, I just want to play Death Note." He just there was in our first play session, he would just scream it's Heejin during the meetings, which is near. He would just scream it's near over and over again down the mic every round. And then there was one round where he actually thought it was near, and he's like, "Oh, it's Heejin, it's Heejin," and he was screaming for 50 seconds, and he's like, "I saw him kill it," and then he started like going finally like describing what happened, and nobody listened to him because the first 50 seconds he was just screaming it's near over and over again, and then he got mad at me for not listening to him because I didn't want to hear him scream it's near for 50 seconds. So yeah, he was so annoying to play with, but that's the only person I really had a problem with. Yeah, but Yak is actually like really fucking stupid. Like, whenever you call him out, you're like you suss him out on anything. If he's actually the imposter, he'll like start getting super defensive and like yelling at you. Like there was one time where I like sussed him out for like a small detail, and he's like, "What are you talking about? Like that doesn't make it me." I'm like, "Man, I'm just like pointing that out." And he started like getting super defensive and yelling at me. And then like the next round, he ends up killing me in front of like 4 people. And I'm just like, "Bro, you're so fucking stupid for that. Like why?" And then he does that every time. Every time I call him out, he kills me. Like if he's the imposter. So I just know now, like I can start hard clearing Yaka if he doesn't get defensive when you call him out. And like I don't know. And then there was the one I think I sent you that clip where he was medbay scanning and I just ran past. And then I was like, yeah, me and Yaka medbay scan together, and he just goes, yeah, true. And then the whole game, we played that whole game out. He thought I medbay scanned with him the whole game. So if I was the imposter of that game, it would have been hilarious. But I'm about to jump up PC.
Okay, I think I'm gonna dip. I didn't mean to be on Discord for this long.
No,
My woe is killing me. Goes my head. My head gets hurting.
Yeah, I'll probably go watch them. I'm almost done. Like, only have 10 episodes left. Legend of
Yeah.
Heroes, so I go finish that.
I don't know about you, but I've been recommended so many language learning videos.
I've actually been getting a ton of those, yeah.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I need to do my Anki.
You didn't do it today?
I did, but I add words myself instead. Because I'm focusing on readings, and I just add a bunch of words relating to the reading to focus on that specific reading, rather than going by the default words. And it's working really well for me because there's some readings that are just not that common. So let's say for especially kunyomi readings, they're used in like e adjectives, and then just the kanji alone itself is kunyomi. And sometimes I only ever have one in my deck, not in my deck, but active at one time. And so there's no way, like if I get a good streak going on, that means I haven't seen it for a month, and then I just forget when I see it again. So usually what I do, if that happens to me, I just start adding like 4 words that all have the same kanji. But sometimes the kanji is just rare, especially in that form. So sometimes after on G Show, you can scroll to the bottom and it will say more words. So I have to find like a really uncommon word, or just like a different form of the word that just happens to be in the dictionary and add it to my deck just so I can learn the reading of it. And it's been really effective. I've been really doing really well on my readings. I've my in terms of my in the past month, my there's mature cards and there's young cards. So before it was getting, my young cards are getting really close to my mature cards, and now I've doubled my mature cards. I'm at 2.4k, and my young cards are at 1.2k, which is really good because before it was 1.6k to like 1.2k young cards, which was way closer than 2.4k mature to like 1.2k young. So my what do you call it? Retaining the words is really good, especially when understanding what the individual kanji means is also really useful to deciphering what the meaning is. Usually it's something related to what that kanji means. So I find that tactic really the best tactic in order to learn kanji and to retain the kanji over like actually download the meaning instead of just getting a month streak and then keep on forgetting, because that's happened to me a lot for a few words where I've gone on like 3 separate 1 month long streaks and then completely forgotten what the word is because I've only seen the kanji once ever. Do you do Anki or are you just focused on Duolingo?
No, I've been doing Anki a lot recently.
Oh yeah.
I just log on to Duolingo to keep my streak, to be honest. Like, I'll do like a lesson or two. Because, I mean, it's like kind of helpful for like grammar stuff and like learning words still. Like, it's still like decent. So like, I'll still do it, but it's just not as much as I was doing at the start. Yeah, I've been doing Anki way more recently.
Right.
Also, I wanted to ask you about the time frame for Anki. Like, when you're doing it, do you ever look at like how long your lessons have been, like for that day, like how long you spent on that day? Because I feel like that's off for me. I don't know if that's just me, but it's like half the time I've been actually spending doing it. I feel like, but I think that might just be because I'm like really slow.
Right. I did 270 today. It says 273 cards in 38.12 minutes.
Does that feel accurate?
I don't know. I have no idea. I do them pretty fast. Because Anki just gets way easier the way farther you're in. Like I think it took me maybe a few months to get to the level I'm at in terms of, because once you learn enough kanji, you'll notice that there's certain patterns to kanji in terms of there's only for onyomi, for kunyomi is way harder, but for onyomi, there feels like a pattern where a lot of them are like shos and jos and ryos and ryus and very a lot of there's a pattern. There's not like a two like a ratu. Like it's not an onyomi reading I've ever heard in my life. You know, there's like some really rare ones. Pulse Myaku, and then Mountain Range is Sun Myaku, or Context is Bun Myaku. Myaku is really rare. Same with Jaku. Pretty rare. You never heard that reading before, but Datu, rare. Seki, Setsu, Ketsu, these are all very rare, very common readings that you'll find on a bunch of different characters. Once you know that, once you see the reading, it's just mentally, it's just so much easier to remember, oh, it's another Datu. Okay. Another thing too is that when a kanji, sometimes a kanji will be inside another kanji and it will use the same reading as like one of the kanjis on the side. I don't know if you ever noticed this, but this is something that is so useful to remember. I'm actually pretty sure it's a certain type of kanji. Once you know enough readings, once you see, it'll be easier to break down the kanji first of all. So sometimes you might be on a streak on something and the way you visualize the kanji might be completely different. And so it's not like you forgot it. You've just changed the way you see the kanji. And so you need to restart the streak again because you're not recognizing it off the old way you remembered it. You'll now have a different way of seeing it because you'll be able to recognize. Before it would just be like a bunch of squiggles that you're really trying hard to remember meaning this word, but after you'll realize that it's like, oh, okay, that's the kanji for prefecture, that's the kanji for heart, that's the kanji for spirit or something. I know all of those kanjis, and so it's like so much easier to remember. But you change the way you remember this, so you actually have to reset the streak because you won't remember it because you're not using the old way.
Right. That's happened to me, yeah.
So that happens after a long streak. After you will just, the way you visualize the kanji will get so much easier as you go along. The more kanji you know. For the complex ones, you're like, oh, it won't even look complex to you because you know everything that kanji is made out of. It's like, okay, that's heart and that's, you know, something else. So that's another thing to keep in mind. If you're struggling now, just push through. It will get so much easier. At this point, it's just... I can do I started doing way more cards. I think I peaked out last month at 800 cards in one day, because it's not taking as much mental effort as it did at the beginning.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
go.
I have a question. Like, what do you think the hardest part of it was for you, like time frame wise? Like, how far into Anki do you think was like the hardest?
Beginning is definitely the hardest because I didn't have any of the techniques I know now, where sometimes I'll struggle on a reading, and I never thought to activate cards with similar readings until later on. Once I broke out the mindset of, actually I didn't really have this mindset, but this is something that Frenzy has said, where it's like I only do like 30 words max a day, and I'm just thinking, and I just realized, like, all right, I'm doing more cards. I'm doing the 20 that I get, and then on top of that, I'm adding, if I get struggle on a reading, then I'll just add maybe 3 cards that have that same reading, so I need to get more cards right. I'm working with more cards where I have to remember the reading in different patterns, because sometimes the kanji might be second, and so you're building more connections in your brain to remember that kanji. So I find it way easier doing that. But then that means you're doing more than 20 cards a day. But because a lot of the cards have similar meanings, because it's using the same kanji, it's actually easier. It's not like you're doing 20 words and it's like each one is, you know, worth the same amount of mental energy. If you're working on one reading, that means a lot of the times you're not expending as much mental fortitude. So I was doing that. Now I don't even do the 20 cards that get allocated to me. I just do my own. So right now I was gonna leave them for tomorrow. 22 cards, so that's more than 20 that I felt like adding to my deck, just focusing on specific readings that I struggled with before, that I got wrong, that I ended long streaks on. I'm thinking, okay, that's a cause for concern, let me add that. So if you're struggling with a reading, there will be ones, because I know the deck you're doing the same deck as me. There was Daitorio, which means president. That one fucked me up for a really long time. I was going on months where it just kept appearing in my thing, and I'm just, I don't know what this means, because Dai is easy as big. To and Rio, these are actually found in very common, very important to know words like tradition, dento, statistics, toke, unity, toitsu, I think. These are all very, these are good words to know. Or Ryodo for Rio, that's also another commonly found one. But I just had none of those words appear in my deck at that time, so I just activated all the Tos and the Rios, and then I never forgot it again. It's in my brain, super ingratiated into my brain. Like I can just recall it off of, you know, experience very easily. So if you're struggling with reading, that is my tip. Activate all the other cards with similar readings, and it will be so much easier for you to remember that if you're struggling specifically on the reading. If on the meaning, sometimes it might be useful to you can add cards to your deck. That's what I do. It started on 6k, like 5 point, basically 1 off of 6k. I've got like 7.1k now in the deck, because I've just added like basically the same words but with different kanji that are like a little bit rarer, but sometimes are used and I've seen being used. Add those, because they'll have one kanji that's the same, so you can focus on the reading, but you don't have to expend as much mental energy, because guess what, the words mean the same thing, and that also hints at what the kanji actually means. So that's another tactic that you can use. Just add cards with like a similar meaning or something. Like Gen Mitsu and Gen something else mean strict, and they both use the same character as Gen, which means strict. So it's really easy for me to associate Gen with strict. So that's it gets easier. It gets so easy when you
I
do
was,
Anki later on.
I was gonna say, it seems like the way that I've been getting the cards has been kind of like that, to where I'll get like similar ones, but
Hmm.
I don't know if that maybe stops later or something. Like,
You do get
but
that's the way the deck is set up. You get a lot of similar cards together. It's easier to remember the cards like that. But sometimes you just won't. Sometimes you'll just get a really rare card that you've rarely seen, and it's just fuck. I hate that. Some a lot of the time, the way it works for me is that I'll very sometimes my brain's on overdrive and I'll just be able to remember the cards very easily for like the next few days, but then I'll get on a streak that's maybe 8 days, 15 days, and then I'll just completely forget the card. Like it's like what the fuck, I've like never it's like almost as if like it vanished from my brain. It's like I know the card, I recognize it, but it's just like the reading is just not coming to my brain. That happens a lot, but then when the second time it goes along, like I actually get the streak going. There are some cards that I've perpetually struggled with. It's usually just the hiragana ones. The hiragana ones are just annoying. Kanji is just so much easier to read. Um, so those are the ones that perpetually keep appearing after I started. So yeah, I just got one where I just broke like a 6 month streak on I think it's like Kaniri, which means fairly. Fucking broke that one.
I had that. I had the one like a month ago or something.
Yeah, Kanari. Yeah. Oh. And it's just like, okay. And that's just how it goes with the hiragana ones because there is no other identification you can use to remember the cards. Um,
I
and
don't know how
because,
much of a streak I'm on with that one myself, but
right.
I haven't seen it in a bit, so
Uh, you should get the kanji grid extension. Like, just look
the
up
one that
what.
you and Frenzy use.
Yeah.
Yeah, link it.
Just type in kanji grid, Anki, um, extension.
Alright. Cube, OnkiWeb.net. Is this it?
You just have to get a
Yeah, this
code
is
and then you
definitely it.
paste it in your thing.
Oh, really? I don't have to like download it or anything.
Nope. Go on Anki
It says
and
download, but yeah, fuck that. Wait, oh yeah, copy the code. I see.
yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
my
I want to get it on my phone because I'd probably be using it way more. I can only use it when I'm on my computer. So
right.
when I'm on my phone, I've been going on like uh random websites and I'll just look up like kanji quiz or something and then I'll just like see what I know. And like
Right.
I've learned new stuff that way too that I haven't seen yet in Anki. And sometimes I'll have learned them like on random websites and then I'll see it and I'll just already know what it is. So that's kind of cool when that happens.
Yeah, I've had that happen before. Yeah, just take a screenshot and just paste it. I'm curious.
Let's see. Where do I put this in at?
You
Options.
hold on.
Down.
Tools, and then it should be in tools, add-ons, or just Control Shift A, and then click should be get add-ons, and then you paste the code.
Oh, I see. What? I have to restart it.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
But yeah, ever since you told me about the custom study, what's it called? The custom study feature where you can study by card tag or state. Like I've been
Yeah.
using Anki way more because that was like my problem. I went like a week or two without using it because I was just like I don't really like this. It's like I'm not remembering a lot of these But yeah, ever since that, I'm just like, oh, I can like go back and use that too, like test myself on it without it like impacting the time frames. So ever since he told me about that, I've been using like way more.
Right. And
So
when you
where do I go now? I go to stats.
go on tools, generate kanji grid, and then the deck should be on whatever deck you're using, and then select the group by to JLPT level. You done that?
No. One second. What the hell? Where's tools at? I literally was just on that. How the
The
fuck did I
fourth
forget that
one,
was?
up left.
Oh wait, up. Oh yeah, okay. And then I go back to generate kanji grid. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure on core 2K, 6K, JLPT level, group by JLPT level, and then
JLPT level.
yeah, and then everything should be fine, and then click generate.
Okay. Wait, you said oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, and just screenshot how much you're through the. Well, what? Yeah, just screenshot it so I can see, or share screen or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just show screen.
Right.
Can you see this?
Loading. Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I see this. And then missing kanji shows you what kanji are missing from the deck.
Or is it, wait, you just mean this? Like Wyatt?
No, it says missing kanji and there's an arrow next to it right under the each
Oh,
division.
wait, I see what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, so you're gonna eventually you'll get to the point where you add kanji to the deck. I've added 7.1k words. Sorry,
know this
1.1k words. Yeah, where is it?
This is north.
Yeah, Kita, Uhoku.
I know this one too, but I forgot it.
It's Go, like on your means Go. Like it's in
This?
Gengo. Yeah, it's in language. Like Gengo.
Oh, is it like words?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah.
two
That's right.
words. Yeah. I think the kunyomi is like kata, things to speak or something. Is it kataru or something? Yeah, it's kataru. Yeah, scroll down and it will show you how far you've gone. Like you've got 2N1 kanji, none, 0 non-JLPT. Yeah, I'll show you mine.
Jesus.
Yeah. I don't think I have any blue ones. So yeah. I've almost finished N3. Almost done it with N2. I say almost, but that's probably a good, over 10 days of learning all those kanjis. N1. Those are just the ones in my deck. There's a plethora of ones missing. Almost as much as I have in the deck are missing, but a lot of these are associated with names I figured out. Because you can click on them, and if you click on them, it will show you if they're in your deck. If you right click, you can do search online.
Yeah, those are the first kanji I was learning on Duolingo. That's when I was
Mhm.
like, yeah, I'm not doing this. It was showing me like names.
Yeah, those ones are aids. Yeah, I've got
Like why?
um the the non-JLPT ones are actually really important for games. This one is, I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, that one's dragon, but it's the archaic dragon. I'm pretty sure this deck doesn't have any of the dragons, but this is Ryu dragon.
From Street Fighter or whatever. I don't know what game
Yeah,
it's from, but
yeah, but it's just found in anything. Ryu's like very common, as you could expect in video games. Daijoubu, that's Jaw. For some reason, that's in your deck for sure. There's the one this one Ju. This is Ju. This is in spell Jumon. That one's pretty important to know if you're watching anything to do with magic. My guess is Jumon is in it. Same thing with Genjutsu. That's also magic. You've seen that in Naruto.
Yeah.
Genjutsu.
yeah. Oh yeah, I remember chakra. I think I learned that or something. I was like, oh wow.
And then Jujutsu,
Straight
this
up
same
what that is.
character. What would you say?
I said that's just straight up what it means. Like I thought
What?
it was like some like Naruto specific thing, like some like naming system. And
Oh
it just means,
yeah,
like energy or something
magic. Yeah.
or whatever.
You know Jujutsu Kaisen? Jujutsu means magic.
Oh really?
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's the same character that's used. Jutsu is that's a good character to know because it's found quite a lot because it just means ability. So yeah, that's Jutsu. Same thing with Gi. On its own, it's Waza, opposite of Zawa. That's how I remember it. Zawa, Waza. I don't even need to remember it that way anymore because I've just found it so many times. But yeah, Jutsu is good. That's good. But yeah, if you
Save this.
I
If I
can't.
what?
I was gonna say if you struggle with any of the readings, do what I told you to do. Just start adding, like activating a bunch of cards. You should know how to do that. Just right click and then just like set. Wait, hold on. Let me try. You set due date. Set due date and
Oh, wait,
then
I've stopped it.
click 0.
Right click. So wait.
You right click, set due date on a card you haven't activated yet that you want to activate, and then yeah.
Oh, on that screen. Is that what you're talking about?
No, not on the screen. When you let's say click on a kanji that you're struggling with. Let's say I click on this one.
Okay.
No, it's not gonna show up on my screen. I actually have to make it capture the whole screen. You can see it now.
Yeah.
So okay, this is in the red right now. Q. Actually, I don't know if this is Q. I don't know what the fuck this is. This is this is in red, so apparently I'm struggling with it. And I can go, okay, you know. I don't even have it activated. I don't know why it's showing it itself activated. That's weird. But let's just say I'm struggling with it. And so I click on it. I've got all of these, and these are not activated. So I can just go right click, set due date, and then click 0 today, 1 tomorrow. So 1 will put it as tomorrow. I click OK, and then it will be on tomorrow. Added to my rotation. Apparently it's sort of Kyose. This is.
You were saying right click. Did you mean left click?
No, it's right click. I'm right clicking right now.
Oh, you mean wait, okay. I just meant to get on this page.
Oh, to get on this
You're saying
page,
right
just left click.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then right click on there and then set due date.
Oh wait, so this shows all of the related words here too?
Yeah, it shows related
What
words.
the hell? I didn't even know this. So this is what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? Like, wait, it's actually so much better now. Like, that's so useful. I didn't even know this existed.
Hataku, I haven't seen this in a
Oh, wait,
while.
what's this one?
Hataraku. That's coming up this month, and I definitely should work on this kanji because this is the only word I have with this kanji. And yeah, this is the problem with a lot of the early ones that I didn't have the strategy with. There's a lot of words that just are not coming. Readings that I've only ever had one of that I've gone a really good streak on, and that's gonna be one that I'm just gonna fail on when I get it because I just haven't seen that word a lot. I know it's hata, but I forgot that hataraku. I can't believe there's this many kanji missing from my thing. And I actually removed this kanji because if you go on Jisho, it will tell you if it's more commonly found in kana only. And you might find them only in kana. And sometimes it's just best to set the card as kana or add a separate card into your deck that has the kana only version so you can get used to seeing the kana only. Because sometimes you see the word in kanji, so you're used to seeing it in kanji, but when you don't see it in kanji, your brain just completely breaks and is unable to. That you'll read the word out and you'll just not recognize it.
Right. Did you know Naru has a kanji?
What'd you say?
I said, do you know Naru has a kanji?
Naru is in like, is that a reading of a kanji?
To become.
What'd you say?
It means like become, like to become.
Oh, to become. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Naru has a kanji, but it's just not used.
Yeah.
Naru.
So I guess that's like one example we were talking about.
Yeah,
This one gave me the hiragana.
Yeah, you only see the hiragana. I've never seen. I just looked it up now. The kana is sei. Yeah, at least the onyami is sei. You see that a lot in it'll be used in organization. Kese, I'm pretty sure it's organization. But yeah, Naru, yeah, that one's just very. Naru's also got a lot of homophones. There's Naru is into cry, to sound.
To sound?
Yeah, like to make a sound, like something like a bell made a sound. It would be like, oh, that sounded really weird how that's a verb, but yeah. Like the rock sounded. Nata. Is it an oh it's a godan verb, it'd be like narita. No, actually, how the fuck do you conjugate godan verb? I forgot because I only see the regular forms, I completely forget the conjugation patterns for it. Pretty sure it's like nata. The godan. It's like a double consonant, nata. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Okay. Yes.
Alright, Jen.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, consult the kanji grid if you're struggling with a kanji.
Yeah,
Or
for sure.
just
It's actually
click
huge.
browse.
I can't believe I didn't know that before.
When you're on a word, like if you see if I click study now, let's say I'm struggling with this is head, tobu. I can click browse and it will take me directly to the word. See tobu.
Right.
And then this is something nigiri. I know this is nigiri. This is hata nigiri. But I have no idea what that means if I'm gonna guess. I mean, I added it to my deck, so I know what it means. I saw it earlier, and like hours ago. Hata nigiri. That's like something to do with flag, or even bearing a flag. Oh, it's footy. Oh, look at that. Hata footy. Flag waving, flag man. Oh, okay. Yeah. His Hata is flag, but it's pretty. Fuck, I forget this. They're very similar kanji, but this has this inside and Nigi has something else. Also, when you
I
activate
think
them,
that's my biggest weakness. Is like reading kanji right now. I need
Mhm.
to get better at that. You were talking about being bad at like reading hiragana. I think that's like I'm like way better at that right now than reading kanji.
Kubari
But I think part of
Nato.
that's because of Duolingo.
But
So it's like
also,
mostly in that.
when you add, well, I can read kana. It's like my kana reading is actually pretty quick now, way quicker than it was before. It's reading kana that is associated with a word I know in kanji. It's an
Right.
I just can't associate. I'm not immediately associating the kana word, and that apparently happens a lot where you have to just build that where you hear a word. A lot of the time I'm hearing words where I'm like, fuck, I just know what that means, but I'm just not associating with it because I've built the connection around kanji rather than actually listening. There are listening decks that you can get, so if you're ever interested in that, yeah,
So they're listening decks.
yeah.
So like,
Only listening. There is no word that comes up. You just have to
oh,
play a song.
and it's oh, okay, never.
Yeah. This is a new reading I did. I think it's
I might actually try that when I get like better.
But yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now. Yeah, I might start looking into listening decks at this point. Because I'm not even really into listening. I'm not listening to anything, and if I'm gonna practice listening, I'm gonna full throat go at it. Right now, I'm just interested in grammar. So I'm trying to get through all these articles and just write about them. As you can see, got a lot on my plate right now. And some of the grammar rules are complicated, so I'm just gonna go through all of these articles. I'm not doing it day by day. I've just had a lot on my plate right now, but yeah, I can read this. Imi meaning, I like that. Also, if you ever take notes, gradually change what the headers are into Japanese words, so you're constantly seeing the Japanese words. I did that a lot in my Obsidian.
Wait, what do you mean?
You'll see. So what would you call that? Where did I do this in? I haven't done it in these ones. These are different notes. But the fuck are these? Oh, the pictures I have. So for this, these are Kanari fairly. That's really weird that I just happened to click on it. This is Imi, just means meaning. But because I just set it to Japanese, so when I look at it, it's like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Like for Bun Miyaku, I've seen that before because I set it up in my deck. But also because I'm looking at when you see words in context, it's just easier to remember them. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen that in context. Your brain is just making those connections. But I don't even do this anymore. I haven't seen a lot of these in so long. Naze, why? Doshite, is that like that kind of or something? Do, is that how? Why, how? I'm sure what kind of. Tumori, succinctly. Tumori, purpose. Or, yeah, I don't know all these. I haven't seen this in such a long time. Is that Obun? Tabun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really early
I
card,
couldn't
but
make that out on the quality.
right, yeah. This again, this when I get this reoccurring in my deck, I am gonna have to add because I just looked it up now. So the reading for this Onyomi is Ta, and it's only Ta, so that's really good. When you find one Onyomi, really good because you can just find all the related words all the words with this and just add them to your deck and all have the same reading. So I just need to focus on this reading. But this, I've only ever seen 2 words with this reading, and one of them is and only one of them is Onyami. Onyami. So as you can expect, it's very obvious that I would forget that over time because I've had like a month-long streak on it.
Yeah.
This is Kansai Ben. That's a dialect, and that says Toku. Oh, I actually got this today. Tokucho, which is idiosyncrasies, characteristics. So I changed it to Japanese, so I actually have to engage with the language, and I should also change all of these to Japanese. But the thing is, pronouns, the Japanese word for pronouns, not a super common word. So I never really bothered. And then that's Kanto, which is where Tokyo is, the region Kanto no, and that says Hogen, that's dialect, Kanto no Hogen. And then what is this, Materu? The fuck is this? And then that's spit. Is it a I just fucking no. Materu to wait. And then Asoko. I haven't seen a lot of these. I haven't actually read a lot of this. Asoko no cafe, that cafe ni iru. That cafe exists? But I haven't even read all of this. Is that what it actually says? What the fuck? Materu means to... That means to wait. Right? Yeah. What does it say to eat? Asoko. That means that. Cafe. It doesn't say I'm eating lunch. I'm probably fucked up the translation. Sometimes I forget to change the translation because I just copy all the text. It says that cafe. I'm pretty sure it just says I'm in that cafe. I exist in that cafe. It says wait. I don't exactly. This can be this is a Ida. This can be interpreted in so many different ways. I'm pretty sure it's just waiting a period. It could be like period in time, period in space, and that means that cafe, and then iru, I exist, or existing. So I'm pretty sure it just means I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I waited waiting a moment in that cafe, I'm guessing. I'll be at the this is the translation, I think. I'll be at the cafe waiting for you. I'm pretty sure okay. I kind of got that, but not completely. Definitely a little bit off. You can tell my grammar is just really shit. I haven't worked on all of this in such a long time though. But you know what's really funny about Japanese? Really similar to English. In terms of there's no future conjugation. Same thing in English. So you use the same methods in order to indicate time in the future. At least similar methods. Like you say like tomorrow. And then talk about what's happening tomorrow in the present tense because there's no conjugations that are valid for future. Same thing with ing words, like something that's happening, like I'm hitting something, you use teru. That also means the same thing, teru form. But it can also mean something else. It basically means the result of something. So shiru is, it will say in the deck when you find it, to know, but it actually means to get to know, which is different, and it's a really, really important distinction.
I think I've gotten to that one.
Yeah, it's like a man entering a door from the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten to that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Shiburu, yeah, no, I thought that meant like literally no, but
that means
so you're
to
saying
get
it's
to
like good
know.
to know.
Yeah, and that means when you put it in Teru, it means it's the result of to get to know something, which is just to know something. So when you say to know something, you go shiteru, instead of shiru, you go shiteru.
Right. But,
So, and a lot of the and you have to really know what the word means when you conjugate into the form, because it could either mean you're doing that action continuously, like in English, put an ing, like it's happening, or I'm hitting, or it could mean the result of an action, like let's say, there's some examples in here. Here we go. The bug is dying. Wow, there's like so many nuances that I've added. So when you use to open, when you do what you call it?
Hiraku?
Yeah, hiraku or aku. What version of this would I'm guessing this is, I don't even know which ones. There's nuances between aku and hiraku. But aiteru or hiraiteru means not to be opening, but to be open. So it's the resulting state of opening. So when you open something, what's the resulting state of to open something? It's that it's continuously open. It's just to be open, not in the middle of the state of to be opening. So it's important to know that, yeah, this is the shiru example. Shiteru. Shiteru. Yeah, with actually kind of makes sense when you
goat.
fancy the goat. Well, weird name. Shinu? Shinderu. Shinderu. You've definitely heard that before, because I definitely have too. If you have Shinderu,
No, I don't think I've heard that.
it's in what you call it, Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star. Omae wa mu Shinderu.
Yeah, I guess it's like a popular phrase or whatever.
Omae wa, so that means about you. Omae wa mu Shinderu. I don't know what that mu means. Is that mu like mu is a negative? Omae you mu shin. I would have to see like the subtitle of it to actually understand what it says, so I know what kanjis are being used, what words are being used. Tsuku. I'm pretty sure Tsuku wasn't even in the deck. Actually, I had to add it
I
myself.
thought it was Keisu. Or
No.
does that turn off? Let's turn off.
Oh yeah, to turn off. Kesu. Kesu's to turn off. And Tsuku's to turn on. There's also another one. Nuances between the two. Tsuiteru, to be on. That's because that's the resultant state of to be turned on. And then living, sunderu. That would be the result of say I'm living would imply temporary accommodation. So there's also different nuances to the.
Yeah, I learned this one on Duolingo. This
Oh,
is
really?
like sundaimasu, sundaimasu, yeah.
Kakeru form. Are we serious? Learn another form. Actually, wait. What is the difference between Aku and Hiraku? Aku to open. Oh, that's intransitive. So I'm guessing Hiraku is transitive. It's both intransitive and transitive? How the fuck does that work? Hiraku. I'm guessing it can be used in both contexts. That's the difference between... They both have the same reading, by the way. Sorry, the same, they look the same. This can be for Hiraku or Aku. This. But transitive verbs use the or, what you call it? The or, this. It's wa, but pronounced or. Transitive verbs use that. You can't use that within transitive verbs. So you actually have to know